Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the office hours. Let's get to the office real quickly and explain what is this office hours. Welcome to the AstroPub. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. And, of course, this is the office hours. This is the office hours where we run for anywhere between 2 and 7 hours. It's a live stream that we talk about the news and updates and kind of hang out and talk about Star Citizen. But it is a live stream, so if you're watching this after the fact, that's why it's so long, is that it's a VOD. We do sometimes pull out information from the VOD to put up on YouTube. But with that, I do want to talk a little bit about the future of the YouTube here, just because of some issues that have been happening recently. But welcome, Radar Echo, Max, Sparkplug, Lazarus, Shampasta, McGarth, the Hooded Voice. How y'all doing? Thank you. Yeah, I decided to try to trim down my beard, but I've never had a long beard, so I didn't know what I should do with my my beard trimmer. And I trimmed it a little short, so it's a little shorter than I'd like to be, but it's fine. Hey, Spankamo. Also, remember, no minors accompanied without escort. No minors. No minors. You don't like them digging rock folks. Paul with a wizard beard. Nah, I wouldn't look good with a wizard beard. My wife would divorce me. Hey, Caniac. Okay, Kid Bang Bang. Anyone with a beard can tell you that the biggest problem with a beard isn't really, like, you think, oh, a beard is just easy to do because it's on maintenance. But if you don't maintenance a beard, you start eating it pretty quickly, because especially the mustache will grow down really quickly. And so you have to trim in order to look decent. And it takes a lot of effort to have a good-looking beard. Hey, I'm glad to hear that, a Hood Voice. Yes, mustache horns. Yeah. The only thing I will say as well, for especially for men of my age and generation who haven't already done so, the one thing I never did until I was in my 20s is moisturize. Use lotion, because otherwise your skin's going to look like cracked and peeled, and it also makes shaving a lot easier when your skin doesn't feel like it's sandpaper. Trim also lens. Yeah, I did have a little bit of breakouts as well. You just have to make sure it's clean, right? You gotta moisturize, you gotta clean it, you gotta do all the good things. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I played the hell out of Blood Bowl, because I think it was released early for people who pre-ordered it. So on Tuesday I played it, and I completely screwed up my sleep schedule. I was like, I'll play it a little bit, and I kind of got around, played it a little bit, made a couple teams, played around, did the campaign a little bit, and then got finished at 4 in the morning. It's like, wow, it's a little too late. But for those of you who have Blood Bowl 3 that just came out, I will be doing this summer an AstroPub League. So we'll do like a quick league with a couple of other pubbers for that kind of stuff. I have gone completely bald during the pandemic because I didn't want to go get my hair cut. I guess technically still the pandemic, but you know, the height of the pandemic. And I don't look very good bald. It gets very itchy for that stuff. Hey, Captain Smith. So, for those of you who haven't seen this before, we do a couple of rituals. First of all, I try to do, for those of you who don't know, I do miniature painting. So, as part of the office hours, I like to show off what I've done, just so I can prove that I've been doing something in my free time. So I've got 2 examples here. Thank you, Go. So yeah, the grass is just grass tufts. I got them from, you get them from Army Painter. And what I did was I got these tiny little bricks, and I cut them up and then put them down over the Astro Granite base. And then I took the grass tufts and I put them in there on the Astro Granite base once it was dried. And then for basing, I do Agrax Earthshade, which is a shade paint where you can kind of like put it in there, kind of gets into the creases, and even onto the rocks and the grass to kind of give it all the same shade, and then going over it with a light dusting of Uthrin Gray, I think is what I use. But do a quick dry brush over everything to get all the corners and pieces and stuff like that, and onto the grass. So it makes it all tie in, look very similar to one another. These are Kasserkin, the latest Kasserkin models that came out with Kill Team. I'm working my way through it. I've got 4 more, I think, left. 3 or 4 more of these boys left. I like texture painting. Sand basing works. My problem with sand basing, and I've done sand basing before, sort of. I don't have my Blood Bowl minis up here, but all my Blood Bowl minis are flocking. I just took flocking and kind of put it on top of it, and then on top of like some texture painting, and then on top of it. But sand basing is super easy. I just don't have really good luck with PVA glue, I think is what it's called. Just regular glue. School glue. If you get the texture painting, if you get the little texture painting tool, you can get something similar to the tool. You don't have to use Games Workshop one, but it works as well. Hey, North. Am I going to read for the Return of the Lion? Yes, I am. Warhammer Mini? Yes, that was Warhammer Mini. I also have a Freelancer, official Freelancer model from JRDF, which I have to finish painting, which I'll do at some point on stream. And I've got Star Wars Legion minis to paint, and I've got another Blood Bowl team to paint. I've got Marvel minis to paint. I've got a lot of stuff to paint, so. Yes, I shaved. I tried to trim, but I'm not used to having a long beard, so I didn't know exactly what setting to put. So I'm like, oh, this is a short trim. It's only like 2 slots on. Problem is that 2 slots down means 2 inches. So I was like, my beard was almost gone at that point. It's like, oh, okay. I have seen ISC. I've only kind of watched it. I haven't fully watched it. Like, I put it on while I was doing other things and kind of half paid attention to it. So I'm going to be watching it today with y'all as well to kind of get a handle of it. The MSR is coming out in the next couple of months. They've had some major shipping issues because the UK had a postal worker strike, so that kind of put everything on hold for JRDF. But I think that's been resolved, or it's in the process of being resolved. So they're kind of working their way through that. I mean, like I said, I've been listening to it. It sounds like a good one. It's a lot of changes to mining and how they're doing things. Like, for instance, the changes to where items are spawning, the rarity, the value of it. They're trying to make it so that, like, FPS mining is better. They're effectively tweaking mining to make it more in line with, to make the game more experienced, but it's obviously designed for Pyro. They're building it with the idea of doing something similar to Pyro so that you have to go to Pyro for certain materials, which will be the highest grossing material. Sons of the Forest. Will you ever try it on stream? I will when, probably this summer. They reckon the line could be announced in the next few weeks. I can see it. Too many games recently this week. Yeah, Sons of the Forest, Blood Bowl 3, and KSP. So we'll be playing KSP. I'm not going to be streaming Friday or Saturday. Though I may stream Friday because I'm not streaming on Saturday. But that has another thing to do, which we'll talk about real quickly. Captain's Table. So, for those of you who don't know, because I know a lot of y'all kind of pay attention to Star Citizen podcasts and stuff like that when you have time or when it ends up on your feed. For those of you who don't know, if you release a video and it doesn't do well on YouTube, it actively hurts your placement on the algorithm. So videos that don't do well, like don't perform well, are actively punished by YouTube because they don't want to promote people who aren't doing videos which are popular. So I released the last 3 captain tables. All of the captain tables for the month of January or month of February have been, of the 6 sections total, only 2 of them have reached above 1,000. And compared to the captain's tables of January, which all released over 1,000 to closer to 2,000, even kind of the worst performing ones, these ones sometimes only got 600, 700 views, which is great for a lot of people. But for me, that actually doesn't help because it actually hurts my overall view count, especially with other videos doing fairly well, like videos like my Office Hours capsules, like my read-throughs of the monthly reports, the roadmap update. All of that stuff did very, very well. And when those do well and my office hour or my captain's tables don't, YouTube stops recommending people my captain's tables. And will stop recommending my channel to other people. So as a result, I'm going to have to do something to stem the tide, stem the bleeding, which is captain's tables will no longer be released as individual standalone videos. I will not upload them. I will be streaming them live, but only the sections that matter. So like the pre-recording, the recording, the break in between the 2 sections, and the sections that will all be one VOD. So no more one section is an hour, 30 minutes to an hour, and the other section is an hour and a half. It's going to be 4 hours. So and it's going to only be on the YouTube VOD stuff, because if I do it through the VOD system, it doesn't attach itself to the algorithm. It's a separate algorithm, which doesn't hurt my findings as much. It might hurt my streaming findings, but I mean, there are 37 of you right now. But that's because Star Citizen thing right now is in a lull. CIG is doing it to you as well. That's what I've heard that of a lot of people. The problem is that that's not the case. Like I said, my office hours and my office hours capsules have been doing great. They've been doing a good, or if not better than most of my other videos in the past. Even this month. The issue is captain's tables. And it may be that people just aren't interested in a podcast. Maybe the topics I picked were very poor. Maybe the fact that all of the people I picked were like nobodies in comparison to other people who were in January. You know, when you have like Morphologists and Space Tomato, having Digital Master and the Space Coder, who are fantastic content creators, but much smaller. They're 2,000 plus people on YouTube, is a huge change. And I saw a lot of people said I was bored to death with the idea of having to talk about tutorials, which I thought was an interesting topic. So it could be a lot of different things. But the reality is, no matter what it is, I can no longer take that hit. So I apologize if this means that some people will no longer watch the captain's table. I'll do my best to put timestamps in the VOD after the fact, but that's just the reality. It's just not what people want to watch. No, I don't think the VODs get deleted on YouTube. The VODs on YouTube work like videos after the fact. They don't work like Twitch. So, like all of my office hours, back to the first office hours I did on this channel, like August of last year, are the same. So, hold on, let me fix that real quick. There are transcripts. There is closed captioning on VODs. There should be, at least. Hey, Infernal Droid. Yes, all of my audio podcasts have been on Apple Podcasts. They've been on Google Podcasts and Spotify for as long as I've been posting them on Anchor. Anchor is a free website that I use that you can use it to upload stuff, and it'll automatically link it to a bunch of different sites. It automatically does the process to link it to a bunch of different podcasting sites. Awesome, Dark Mana. Yes, Captain's Table's on Apple Podcasts. Oh, so for those of you who are wondering what the heck I just said, Captain's Table is no longer going to be released as videos, so you may not be recommended it like you normally would on your feed. You will only be able to know if you go to the subscriptions or if you just happen to catch it while it's in the spotlight. Similar to Office Hours, where you'll probably see it like for first couple of days that it's been released, and then it'll just drop off into nothingness. That's what's going to happen with the Captain's Tables going forward. They'll be recorded. They'll be like archived. They'll be on the playlist and everything else like that. It's just doing them as standalone videos doesn't seem to work. Yeah. I guess I could push the podcast format a little bit more. The problem about the podcast format is the podcast format doesn't grow the YouTube channel, and I get $0 from it. Every so often, Anchor will throw me a sponsorship, and they'll have ads in the videos or in the podcast, so you can like listen to it, and I get a little bit of money. But I think I've earned, since I've been doing it for I think 2 years now, I've earned $80 total. like one Captain's Table, or like on YouTube is much better rates. So it's definitely worth to sub and to follow this Discord, and as well as to hit the little bell icon, because that should give you a little bit more information. I need my pub out ASMR while I'm at work. Peppa Hands. Would it be possible for you to link the Anchor page in the description later? It's pretty easy. It's anchor.fm /TheAstroPub. That's all it is. I'll just put it in the chat right now. But yeah, I'll put it in there. It's actually in the description now. So if you go to the description right now, it should be in there. It'll say podcast format, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, if you see the connect with the pub. Oh, I don't think I put it in there. I'll start putting them into the connect with the pub. I used to put them in there, I think. And then I removed them because no one was listening to it. But I'll put it in there real quick. And then it'll be in there for all of them from now on. Hi, Paul. Any thoughts on about Avenger 1, a video about cheaters? I haven't watched it. I know that I saw HC Vertigo posted about it. Without watching it, I can tell you almost certainly there are cheaters in Star Citizen. There have been cheaters in Star Citizen since the Arena Commander days. Hacks are a normal part of any kind of MMO, and anyone who says they can't happen on MMOs is lying. There's lots of things that can be done that CIG has to deal with. It's one of the reasons why CIG does anti-cheat. Now, it doesn't, or what is it? One cheat, whatever it is, the basic version that they have. A lot of people don't like it, but it stops the very base level hacking attempts. Easy cheat, yeah. It's not great. It's not a perfect solution. There's probably better solutions out there, but it stops some basic level attempts. The reason why they had to do it is because CIG knew that hackers were getting free fly accounts and then testing their hacks on the FreeFly accounts, which is why every time a FreeFly would happen fairly recently, I've had experiences where hackers killed the entire server, me included, just with a hack. And they were doing that on FreeFly accounts because those FreeFly accounts would then be discovered and banned. And then it's like, cool, well, we know it works. So we're going to now sell that code to the internet. So CIG started to implement it right before a free flight, which is like the biggest free flight of the year during Invictus or not Invictus, during IAE, and it seemed to work. I don't know if Mike put one out as well. Why is 3.18 so broken? Because 3.18 is fundamentally going to be a broken patch. It was always going to be a broken patch. To put this into an analogy, 3.18 is like if you lived in a house your entire life and you wanted to rebuild the house, but with newer materials. So it's almost the exact same house, but now it's better insulation, better wiring, all sorts of things. Well, we're in the process where the house is sort of livable, but it's not entirely completed, but it's sort of the same as it was before. The problem is that in the process of changing that, you've had to remove a bunch of stuff that was working with the house and replace it, or like pull it out and put it back in. And in the process, you break a lot of other things. That's just the reality. Why is it so broken? Because it is fundamentally changing how Star Citizen works, like to its core. How the game communicates with the server is entirely different. So anything like that's the biggest thing, and anything else that gets broken, like anything that has a problem along the way, is just not a priority until they can get that big thing done. So as a result, a bunch of the small things that break because you change stuff can't get addressed until the big stuff is done. And then, because they also don't know if that big stuff is causing small stuff to happen. So it's a mess. We always knew it was going to be a mess. Everyone who talked about 3.18 told you it was going to be a trash fire. Hot take, cheaters are now better for the long term of the game. Yeah, they are. Now, the reason why trams are broken is because, and this is the insightful part, trams used to run all the time. So whether a player was there or not, trams would be running. In the new way that Star Citizen works, when there are no players around, nothing exists, including the trams. Now, this was sort of the case before. They would stream out this information, but it was always stored on the server. So in theory, I think everything but the trams, or there's certain things that were running all the time that would never be stored, and the trams were one of them. So now they had to write new code so that the trams would stream out and then come back and not be broken. And that code doesn't work. So they're trying to fix that. It reminds me when I removed the weather mod from Fallout New Vegas and suddenly all my 200-ish mods stopped working for no reason. Yeah. I imagine it's the same with elevators, because I'm sure elevators were similar, that they didn't exist when no players were, or they only existed, or they existed with the players around or not. So everything is new 10 years later? Yeah. Because all the stuff that CIG built for this patch was built over the last 10 years. Floating point, 64-point floating precision, object container streaming, like client-side object container streaming, server-side object container streaming, a bunch of other kind of tech, because the engine itself is not built to do what Star Citizen wants it to do. And this is the case with any game. You either build it bespoke or you use a new engine, but no matter what you do, you're going to have to kind of break that engine to make it do what you want it to do. And as a result, it took them 10 years to build a company, completely rework the engine, and build all the new tech. And this isn't the last time it's going to happen. It's going to happen when server meshing is in, when static server meshing, when dynamic server meshing, when the the quantum system comes in, all this stuff is probably going to break the game in significant ways because they're brand new ways of how the Star Citizen works. Now, does this mean that 10 years from down the road, we're going to see more stuff that breaks? It depends. Probably not. If CIG manages to get everything to work they want to over the next 2 or 3 years. But I anticipate that your questioning, your jacking off in chat there with the real revenge has nothing to do with actual concern. Because that seems, that's an awful pivot from why is 318 broke into everything is new 10 years later. That seems like an awful, more of a pivot towards an agenda. But I could be wrong. It's an awful strange pivot, an instant pivot, my dude. I've seen lots of people who pivot that way, and that pivot always ends up with somebody who's not really interested in Star Citizen's development, but interested in, maybe they're frustrated, or maybe other issues. But I'm just saying, that's a very, very interesting pivot. Yeah, there are new things breaking the game. And your response was 10 years later, there's new things? I mean, 2 years later, there were new things. There's two things that comes in. There are new things that are coming into WoW. And that game was released in like 2003, 2004. I'm just, call it PTSD. Plenty of people come into the chat just asking questions, and usually are not really interested in asking questions. They're interested in starting drama or trying to poke the bear and trying to get, trying to feel better, that kind of stuff. So. But yeah, it's gonna break next year. It's gonna break in 4 years. If Star Citizen adds something this fundamental in 2030, if it's still around, it will probably break the game as well. And it's not unique to Star Citizen. This thing happens to a lot of games in active development. Redeemer. I hate the Redeemer. You still think 318 is in March? Yep. I think the most reasonable release date right now is the 3rd. It could go later, but I don't think CIG is going to wait for 318 to release until what is St. Patrick's Day, the 18th? The 17th. See, I don't think they're waiting until the 17th, which would mean it's the 3rd or the 10th. Trust me, I am bored as hell for 318 as well. 318 is the longest PTU that CIG has ever done. Ever. This is longer than 30, lots of other things like that. Today is day 300 of the 317 patch. Yeah, 317 has lasted longer than 362, but it's a little disingenuous because 362 we had a patch in like February and didn't change until November. Like at least with 317, we've had significant updates and adding since 317 released, including increasing the player numbers, new locations, we've gotten new ships. So like none of that happened with after 362. Oh yeah, CIG is done with 318. All right, I don't think CIG care, like they want to get that shit out the door too. And I think they're going to get it to a point where they feel like it's good enough and dump it. It's still going to be a hot garbage fire, and it's going to be a hot garbage fire until 319. I said 362. I think it meant 262. The longest waits during the 263 was what it is. It was the one that was in like February or January of that year, and then they didn't update again until November or December was when they actually released 2.6 or 3.0. Yes, 3.19 is almost certainly going to be out in May, and that's the reason why they haven't confirmed things like the new mining missions that they talked about in the monthly reports and on SCL, because they probably have no idea if it's going to be capable of running in 3.19. I suspect 3.19 is going to have as much of what they actually originally planned for 3.19 as possible, but it may not be everything. We'll definitely get a 3.18X, but we're almost certainly, it'll be like a 3.18.1 or 3.18.2, but almost certainly most of the development teams have moved on to 3.19. I mean, press has something to do with it. I think the Half Sec says, I think we'll try to get it out this month just because it'll get a lot of bad press for not being out for another month. That's definitely has something to do with it, though CIG doesn't seem to care about bad press. Based off of my experiences and talking with developers and employees at CIG, whom for some reason I know a lot of now, it's not my fault. I don't go looking for these interactions. A lot of them are just former fans or current fans or former like content creators or other people in the field who decided to go work for CIG. But all of them have reiterated over and over again in private that CIG just doesn't give a shit about bad press. I mean, they do and they don't. I'm sure legal does, and I'm sure PR tries to deal with it. But they're going to do things, damn the consequences, as long as, you know, conversations and releases, like they don't tend to not to try to cover things up with sales. They'll release things before sales happen. If it's available, they just kind of tell us these information. I do think the Star Citizen's community is a little overzealous and happy by blaming marketing for everything, and taking clips out of context with John Crew being a sarcastic asshole doesn't help. What is 3.19 planned? Before Invictus, and Invictus is the last week of May. So and CIG has said that they want to release it before that. So at the earliest, I would expect it to be the first week of May. The game is already broken. 3.17's broken as much as 3.18 is, just in different ways. You're never going to have Star Citizen be a perfect bugless experience, ever. But even reducing that fact to less of an annoying factor where it's constantly breaking your game experience, that's not going to happen until beta. That could be anywhere between 2 and 5 years away. Man, I am not a CIG dev. I've applied for CIG a couple times. They've turned me down, so I'm not good enough for CIG, that's for sure. Then again, I have no experience in the gaming field, so don't call me a beta. So when do you think the Crusaders' new ships will be out? A lot of people think possibly May. Yeah, I could see that. It'd be weird for an Invictus release, but I could see it in an Invictus release. They're in like gray box, or a lot of them are in gray box already, so. Yeah, they almost certainly will sell the Vulture when 3.18 comes out. They won't sell it in game, but they'll sell it on the site. They'll sell the Reclaimer, they'll sell the Vulture, they'll sell the Scorpius Antares or whatever it's called. They'll probably sell the Corsair. What are the other ships that are coming out with 3.18? They'll probably sell a bunch of the ships that came out recently. I did apply to the lore team, but they were looking for a writer. So, and I don't have any video game experience in writing. Well, I actually didn't apply. I was going to apply, and then I reached out to the people I know in CIG, and they're like, you do great with the lore, but they're looking for a writer. They're looking for someone with writing experience, and I don't know about your writing experience. I'm like, yeah, I probably don't have that kind of writing experience. They already have an archivist. She's very good. Hey, SD. Links for ILW? Maybe. We're going to look at the progress tracker, because the progress tracker will tell you a lot of stuff. I can, let me see if I can see this real quick. The links is on there. There's definitely some hopes deleted moments in this one. Hey. Where are you, Lynx? Maybe. There's work that's being done on it from to the 5th of April. So we'll talk about that when it comes in, but I have more rhythm than my wife, but I am super white, so I don't have any rhythm. Why does it have to be in Texas? They do have workday admin positions, but it's in Texas. It's in Austin, Texas. But you can move down to Austin and then work from home, because right now a lot of people are working from home. Yeah, MIT and in Texas, and I've thought about applying to CIG, but then I'd not be surprised about stuff anymore, and I'd enjoy the surprise. Like working on EDU gives me so much time off. Yeah. Do you think we could see MCV in 3.19, given they're talking about the new improvements in mining and crafting in this ISC? Probably not. There's nothing that indicates that they're working on crafting in any kind of deep form. Not on the progress tracker, or not on the monthly reports or anywhere else. And the old tried and true method is, if CIG is working on it, they're talking about it. So if it's on the progress tracker, they're working on it. If they're talking about it in monthly reports and it's on the progress tracker, it's getting some work done. If they're also bringing it up in SELs and ISCs and even just passing comments, then it's coming out soon, because multiple teams will be talking about it at that point. But for instance, vehicle tractor beams probably is another one of those things where I don't think we're going to see towing in 3.19. Almost certainly not. We'll go over this when we go over the progress report, but it extended, the vehicle tractor beams work was extended to 6/19, so June 19th or around there. So June of this year for a sprint. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that things won't be done, because CIG, as Jake will say, and as the progress tracker, or as the roadmap reader, like companion guide talks about, just because it's on the roadmap and ends at a certain time doesn't mean that's when it ends. It just means when that sprint ends. And CIG has done things where they've added features before the sprint ended, because they could get it to a release date and then do it and come back to it. So, but with a bunch of other things they've talked about, I could see the tractor beams not making it until 3.20 or 4.0. Do you see they're rewarding the top testers again? I'm a bit over-skeptical rewards for groups that CIG determines make up, but that's what they do these days. They'll settle for them letting the Wave 2's testers test. I don't know what the reward is, but that's just kind of companies. It's just in general. They want people to come back. They'll do that sort of thing. Hey, Space Tech. I'm doing okay. A little tired, but I'm okay. I know you've made up some lore on the Redeemer, but have you made up lore for your in-game player? Yeah, a little bit. I'm still waiting for more stuff to be fleshed out. The gist is right now is that I'm the characters from, I don't have a character name. It might just be Paul Shelley because I'm lazy. But is from Magnus, from Odessa, from the capital of where Drake Interplanetary is. Went to college for anthropology and sociology and history, then decided not to teach. Instead, joined the UE Navy, served the minimum amount, became really fucking angry with the UE, and now has a bar. It's kind of the gist of it. I haven't played SE in so long, to the point where I'm kind of considering just holding off until 4.0 or even 4.2. That would be 4.0 is realistically 4.0 is this time next year. So you'd be waiting to play Star Citizen for another year. I know CIG said they want to release 4.0 at the end of the year. They may get it into PTU at the end of the year, but almost certainly we will see it as almost as long of a cycle as we've seen with 3.18. I hate the Redeemers. Screw off, Captain. Listen, anyone who's tested 3.18 for the duration deserves some kind of reward and get some. This patch has been a dumpster fire. Yeah. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff that's being planned, but it's also important to set realistic expectations. Now that we have the first progress tracker update, as well as what's coming up, know what 3.19 is, I think you can rein in some expectations like tractor beams and ship towing is definitely planned for this year, but it's not coming out in 3.19. If we see a 3.20, it almost certainly will make it into that 3.20 patch, which we don't know when that comes out, maybe right before IAE. But it also may not make it until 4.0. And 4.0, again, big question mark with 4.0. Later, half sec. Tractor beam would be available for space station turrets or stopping griefers. I don't know. I mean, I believe that the tractor beam's designed to not work if you have your shields up. It'll work if you have your shields down, but it may also have some issues. I don't think CIG even knows. They're kind of currently working on. They have plans, but they're currently working on those plans right now. As of the last monthly report, it talked about how they're pitching out ideas, early ideas for how the tractor beams are going to function in game. And that seems to be more of an idea of like, how is it going to work? Is it reasonable to work? How are we going to work technically? That kind of thing. Just to make sure everything is lined up. Yeah, Grizzly, that was my experience as well. Or Geasley. Last time I played it on Sunday, it was fine. I think I had one crash to desktop and it was easy to recover, and I had a couple of, like maybe one or two 30Ks. I think 2 30Ks back to back, but it was fine. Performance was great. Tractor beams can also be shut down by old men in bathrobes. Yes, you're right, Radar. Look, we just need to release the Polaris and the Perseus. Please, like, I'd love that so much. I'd want some big ships I'd pledged for. I don't think we're going to see the big ships until server meshing comes out. But the Perseus, or the Polaris, is on the progress tracker. You won't like when it's coming out. And it's still an art, but I'll beat the head horse forever. I want working visors. I don't know why, but it was something. Well, I want working visors in the animation of putting your helmet on more than anything else in the game right now. Oh, like putting down and putting up your visors. I could see CIG doing that after the survival updates that they're gonna do. Do you think the ship tractor beams will lead into big handheld tractor beams? I think they're one and the same. They're the same. They're the same thing. Big handheld tractor beams are going to help you load up larger crates, and the ship-mounted tractor beams are also designed to do that. While they're also, but the larger versions of those are designed to carry ships, like the SRV. But the smaller versions is designed for loading and unloading cargo. It's just a matter of scaling it. Yeah, no, it's been extended. As of this last update. Do the progress tracker update. Deliverables. Yeah, it's going until September. It gets started in April of 2023. with the EU VC team. But yeah, it goes until September, mid-September. Question: Tractor Beam could design for Titan suit armor. We're not getting Titan suits until Squadron 42 comes out. It's like the Javelin, like the Idris. We're just not going to see usables in game until that comes out. I have no idea what driver propulsion vehicle is. So. How do you think the people who bought a Javelin will react when they realize that piloting a ship that large solo would be a massive mistake? Cope. What's the stages of grief? We'll go through the stages of grief. Have you talked to Tyler Whittakin about CitizenCon yet? Nope. Tyler has not reached out to me other than he popped into a Twitch chat at one point and was like, "Hey Paul, am I losing you to TwitchCon?" I said, "Nope, I'm going to CitizenCon." He's like, "Great," and that's all I've heard. I like Tyler. Tyler's a fantastic guy, but I am under no illusion that the content I make is nearly as valuable to CIG as content from Avenger 1 or Space Tomato or Captain Burks or any of those other folks, because most of the content I make is kind of illusory. It's stuff that exists in the game, but not really in the game proper. You can't really show off the lore. It's not really something that will be visually exciting to get people to sign up. It's more of an ancillary. You've already started following Star Citizen. Here's some of the story elements that you may have missed. So I'm under no illusion that I'm the old man. I am one of the old men of Star Citizen in terms of making content, but that's about it. Oh, I know they do. But there is a difference between my content and the content that sells copies. I'm not saying that what I do is bad. I'm just saying, from the perspective of a marketing and hype and trying to get people excited and interested in the game, you don't send them my work. You send fantastic works like Bed Bananas or Zero State's like famous clip with him flying, I think, in an Aurora or a Mustang. You send them clips of like what freaking Loken did, where he was falling and the physics mayhem that was the straight up oh gosh, what was it? Mr. Bean sketch levels.
Gonna have to do
Yeah, that link. That's hilarious. Per your tweet too, have you noticed that uptick in viewers watching you live versus YouTube? Yeah, kinda. I definitely have more people watching me live regularly than YouTube. But as always, like the issue is not anything, actually. My content on YouTube, all of my content on both my YouTubes, except for the Captain's Table, is doing great. It's doing better than great. In fact, this is the perfect time for lore, because lore really, really shines when the game is in a lull. Because people are looking for Star Citizen content and they're tired of 318. So they go looking for what other things that Star Citizen might give them. And lore is one of those things. You keep us around the long term, and the longer we look around, the more we spend. True, but it's a little different. It's harder to be flashy. I always send them your explanation about recommending Star Citizen, the one you said your ship will randomly explode. It's true. You're just going to have problems with Star Citizen. Star Citizen is not a user-friendly game. The Star Citizen will actively fight you from playing it. And that's what we talked about in Captain's Table. The last Captain's Table, which was really good Captain's Table. I really liked it. I thought it went really well. Digital Master did a great job. The Space Coder did a great job. I liked the topic, but it wasn't that interesting to people. Yeah, Star Citizen's going to be, well, not beta. It's going to be alpha for a while, then eventually beta. But yeah, Star Citizen will eventually reach a point where it's going to be beta forever. Until they get all of the content in, and that will take them decades if they don't have a plan for it. So you're saying this is like tax season for a lore keeper? Exactly. It's like tax season for a lore keeper. You know, it's another great time for it is the summer. Right after Invictus happens, oh lordy lordy, do people go looking for lore content. I'm curious, when ships hard kill themselves by crashing NPC, the hull shouldn't be damaged and my screen looks intact. That's a bug, right? Depends, because sometimes ships break apart. I don't think the one that you saw was actually hard death. I think it was soft death. The 319, how's trade changed? Is it viable now? It is more viable than it was in the past because we now understand the demand and the tick rate. We can actually see the amount of goods and service, or the goods that are demanded and goods that are sold. So you can actually look into a screen and see that they have 400 units of titanium. Like, so you could actually see that instead of just guessing by flying there and guessing and hoping you get the right one. You can look there and look at them and think, oh, whatever. So, and they've also made it so that because of, this is 100% because of the Korea mission, they made it so that you can sell any illegal good at a, at any salvage location. So because you can sell any illegal good at a salvage location, that means you can buy illicit goods at dead drops and at drug labs and such, and then sell them at those locations. So while trading may not be fully viable, smuggling is very viable. Oh, did we get a raid? I'm sorry. It doesn't tell me that raid's happening. Thank you, Axis, for that raid. Sorry about that. Can we get a follow command for Axis? How you doing? You streaming now, Axis? I just don't get. Usually I rely on updates, and this chat right here doesn't actually tell me when those raids happen. Yes, those bunker missions you destroy, you can just take them and sell them. What were you streaming there, Axis? This is an outlaw-friendly patch. Yes, this is definitely an illicit activities patch. Well, now, been fun with my girlfriend. Wants to use TV now, so I'm heading out. Have a good night there, Captain Smith. You love Captain's Table? What happened? Nothing really. It's just so to tell you the logistics of YouTube. For those of you who don't know how YouTube works, YouTube uses an algorithm system. We don't know the full details of the algorithm system, but effectively, when you go onto YouTube, when you select the home page on YouTube, which is your default page, YouTube will suggest videos to you from creators they think you like based off of what you've seen before. Sometimes it's video creators that you have subscribed to, not always. Almost no one knows. Well, no, people do know, but not almost nobody actually goes down and actually clicks on their subscribers to know where they are. It's a bias problem. It's one of the same problem with Twitch, where if you go to starcitizen, the category for Twitch, you'll notice that almost all of the views are in the top 5 to 10 streamers. Like, I've got 113 people watching me right now. I'm sure I'm in the top 10, but once you go beyond the top 10, which are, between 2,000, 5,000 and down to 60 or 70, the drop off is massive. It goes down to 20 or 10 or 1. And that's because most people do not want to go off of the first kind of row. Most people don't want to click away from the front page because they're just too lazy. They've been trained to teach websites have taught them that that's what they need to go to. So as a result, the algorithm will sort people's interests. So if, for instance, a video that I released doesn't do well early on, not a lot of people are watching it, not a lot of people are reacting to it, then YouTube will say, hey, the people who normally like Paul's videos don't like this video, so let's not recommend it. So the algorithm actually sorts it out. And if that continues to happen, then the YouTube algorithm assumes that people who used to watch my channel don't like my channel anymore. Something happened. So it'll stop recommending my channel to new viewers. For whatever reason, doesn't matter the reason, over the last 3 weeks, the captain's tables that have done routinely worse. Out of the last 6 segments of captain's tables, only 2 have broken 1,000 views, which is the average. And most of those ones who didn't break the 1,000 views are around between 700 and 900 views. And my average subscriber count has dipped significantly as a result, because YouTube is now currently saying, people don't like Paul's channel, so let's stop recommending those people who normally watch Paul's channel these videos, or people who might like watching Star Citizen. So as a result, because Captain's Table is losing a lot of views consistently over a short period of time, I'm going to have to do something drastic to stem the tide. What that basically means is I'm no longer going to be posting Captain's Tables to YouTube the way I used to do it. It's now just going to be a block of 4 hours, just like the office hours here. It's going to be exactly like that. There'll be a VOD afterwards you can watch, and then that's it. We're just kind of done. Good night there, Captain Walk. So, as a result, that's just going to how things are going to change. I've had new guests. Almost all of the people who were on the last 3 weeks were new people, or people who haven't come on in a long time. Ironically, it's the people who are the regulars, the people who are almost always on, who get more views. It's not a new guest sort of situation. It's a combination of 318 fatigue, lack of interest in the topics, and probably lack of interest in the people who are on. Because when I reached out and tried to get some more information, a lot of the information that I got was, I didn't care for the people who were on. I didn't care for the topics. Or I'm just waiting until 318 comes out. Or people say, oh, I don't care about any more 318 stuff. And sometimes, even though not all those videos had anything to do with 318, including like the tutorial had nothing to do with 318. So there's a different combination of issues why people didn't click those videos. A lot of people saying, hey, I've just been away from Star Citizen because I don't care about until 318 drops. I'm doing other things. So there's lots of other factors, but it doesn't matter what those factors are, honestly. It means that what I'm doing now doesn't work. And in the short term, I'm going to have to correct that in a drastic manner so that the algorithm doesn't punch me in the face repeatedly. That sounds harsh. Welcome to the realities of content creation. People are very fickle about what their content they make, which makes sense. No one wants to click a video that's like an hour or an hour and a half long for a topic they give no shits about. 318 didn't really drop until September, the first like PTU patches, but we've been waiting for 318 since 317, let alone 317.2. I for one enjoy the guests with the ones with the VTubers, especially fun. Yeah. Yes, Infernal Joy, I know about the lawsuit that's going on that may have to remove algorithms, which is both fantastic and terrible because it may basically spell the death of the internet. Because if those rules pass through, for those of you who don't know, there's 2 cases that are being held before the Supreme Court, which may completely change how the internet functions. It's a long way of going through, but effectively they're attacking the algorithm. So they're saying that YouTube and other content, that other places that use algorithms, cannot use algorithms to protect themselves from lawsuits. So if those sites can no longer use algorithms, they have to do hand moderated, armies of moderators to look through every content to screen for any objectionable material and then harshly penalize those materials. So you're getting basically no content that could be even perceived as objectionable to be able to be released, which means no content. Or the other option is to entirely not even bother moderating it, because if you don't know what's going on your website, you can't be held responsible for that website. So it's just a hellscape sort of thing. And even that's much less likely. So if those get changed the way that especially the Department of Justice in the United States wants to do, it will effectively end this content, all content on the internet. And it's on 100%. It was done by private individuals, but a lot of this has been pushed forward by the federal government. The federal government wants to kill the internet. That's the answer. And it has been bipartisanly trying to kill the internet for decades now. Doesn't matter if they move operations out of the states. If you'd have to, people in the United States would have to VPN in like it's China to get access to it. Why do they want the internet dead? It's hard to tell. I know that the Department of Justice wants to kill algorithms because they also know the link of algorithms to, we've known for a while that algorithms tend to favor reactionary content, angry things that make you angry, and algorithms tend to take people who are on the extreme end of like political beliefs and make them more extreme. Usually amplify rhetoric, which leads to violence and often leads to crime. Plus, also there's lots of beliefs that, and not even unfounded beliefs, that the internet is a hot ground for criminal activity that if you don't, that can be promoted and approved by the general public and disapproved of the federal government and of police officers. So, like, for instance, if you post up a YouTube video of possible police violence against someone who did nothing wrong, police misconduct, that could get you sued by the police department. So that's kind of another example of, we don't want the government doesn't want you to be posting information that proves that they're wrong or hurt them in some way. It's just a lot of these natural kind of reactions that governments want censorship. I'm old enough to remember an internet with no guardrails, bring it back. I am too, but at the same time, the problem about the internet with no guardrails is that the internet with no guardrails was a much smaller place. Not everyone had internet access. Now the internet without guardrails would spell absolute chaos. Basically all of the foulest shit you can imagine would be on the internet. Everything, even illegal stuff that is like hyper illegal would end up on the internet. And it wouldn't stop people from getting sued. Effectively, what this would do would be take down the internet entirely. If they try to destroy the internet, they are trying to destroy the internet. Back to everyone running their own little Apache servers with a little HTML. Yes, and then every single person who posted anything on those sites could be sued for any content they posted. You wouldn't be able to post YouTube videos. Like, live streaming wouldn't exist in that world. You wouldn't be able to do that because there's no way I could pay for the bandwidth to do that. That's what onion routing is for. You can still have that problem because you know who runs the onion routing? The Tor servers? The internet, the government. People don't realize that the Tor servers was created by the CIA and the federal government. Because they wanted to do underhanded shit that wasn't on the public internet. And this isn't a partisan issue. This isn't like, oh well, big tech is taking our freedoms, so the government wants to try to bring back our freedoms. That's not fully the case, and it's not, the government's trying to kill the internet because they're trying to kill free speech, man. They're trying to, the man's trying to step on your neck. It's like, yes and no. It's like a lot of things, it's both at the same time. It's a lot of political wrangling and people doing things for the sake of themselves and what would benefit their individual reality, especially with the federal government, which sometimes is legitimate and most of the times is very much the government trying to get control over you. It's complicated, yeah. They're trying to make corps responsible for, well, I don't want to get too much into this, but it's important to be, especially with the internet, because this is something that affects you who are watching right now. They've tried something like this before. I think it was COPPA or something else like that. I can't remember the name of it. It's there was a act they were trying, or a law they passed to curb sex trafficking in the United States. That was the stated goal for it. And it basically said that any site that could possibly sex traffic, could be, possibly even assumed sex trafficking, would be held liable for those actions. And a lot of people said this won't actually help any sex traffickers or sex workers. This will just shut down sites that people find objectionable. And because some people just won't take the risk anymore. And that's effectively what happened. This is the reason why, what's it called? Tumblr got rid of all porn. It's the reason why the personal ads on, I can't remember the name of that site is anymore. I don't even use it. Like a lot of sites that had personal sections were completely removed. Craigslist, thank you. Yeah. Hey, Loken. Thank you for that 29 months. Love you too, buddy. How you doing? We're just talking about politics. So, as a result, like it effectively made the internet a less free place with less options. But that wasn't the intent. The intent was to help people, and it didn't actually do anything. And everyone who said this is going to be the unintended consequences, that's exactly what happened. And those same people are saying this will kill YouTube, this will kill social media as it stands. No social media site will exist after this. Nothing that runs an algorithm to sort content will exist, which is the internet right now. And is there some merit in saying that algorithms are problematic? Hell yeah. Algorithms suck. Like I shouldn't have to pray to a tech god effectively and just hope that any content that I make gets in front of the eyes of people who want to see it. That's shitty. It's fucked up. It's terrible. It's entirely arbitrary and has nothing to do with what people actually want or what I want to do. It's entirely, like I said, fucked is shit. The problem is that's the only way you can do content like this and this scale. Billions. There is more videos, more hours of video that are uploaded to YouTube every minute than any person could watch, or even millions of people could watch all entirely in the span of a day. It's impossible to keep up the just volume, the absolute tsunami of content that's produced on social media sites like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, and of course on video sites like YouTube and Twitch. It's impossible to filter that out without algorithms. It's just not possible. Hey, Bruna. Sorry, I just wanted to go over there. Living dangerously, that's me. But this isn't just a politics talk. This is a talk about what you're doing. This is not something that's has nothing to do with content. This has everything to do with the content you're watching now. Well, that's the thing, is that it wouldn't be that people don't know how to navigate. It means that sites would just shut down. YouTube doesn't make Google any money. It's only a prestige site. They would shut down overnight. It would be there is so much content on YouTube that if they could get sued for all of it, boom, it's just gone tomorrow. Instantly shut down the servers. Just cut it off. No bother doing that. Twitter, dead. Facebook, dead. Which is why I don't think a lot of people are panicking about it. I'm like, there's too much money on both sides of the aisle for the Supreme Court to just start smacking people around with this. We might see a little bit of changes here and there with the ruling, but unlikely going to happen. All right, Prunus, you said something. Hey, Paul, do you know if they're planning on having a Star Citizen offline mode for people with unstable internet and just move, or on just the move the whole time? Sadly, no. I'm certain CIG is planning on doing an offline mode or a solo mode in the sense of a single player style with something like Star Citizen, similar to like Privateer or Freelancer. But that is years down the road. Very long. I mean, YouTube does stuff for Google. It's like I said, it's a prestige site. They make a lot of they get a lot of clout for having YouTube, but it doesn't make them any money. They have a book on modding as one of the original options. Yeah, they definitely want to do offline mode, but it's important to remember that Star Citizen in 2012 and 2013 is not the Star Citizen we have today. It was never supposed to be like this at its original pitch. A lot of things had to change to make Star Citizen the way it is today. For instance, there was originally planned to be a cutscene. So you would fly to a planet, you'd get to a location, and then you would get a cutscene flying into the planet and landing on a landing zone. The landing zone was very limited. The reason why all the landing zones today, or most landing zones today, are pretty basic is because they were built with the idea that you weren't going to be exploring the entire planet on foot. So when that changed, when they had planetary landings, they had to completely rethink how they were going to do things. And so that was a process, because that came out in, I think, 2016. And if you look at a lot of the content that CIG was developing, CIG was like, I wouldn't say there, but probably only 2 or 3 years away from that original idea being like focused down to where we are now, like to the state where we are now. That fucked everything. They had to throw it all out the window because now I had to think about everything from the context of you can explore every inch of a planet. What are we going to do? And that's caused the changes from Lorville to Area 18, and then from Area 18 to Microtech, and then from Microtech to Orison. You can see the changes. Area 18 is a little bit more interesting and dynamic than Lorville was. Microtech is a lot more expansive and a lot more interesting, still along that same lines. And then Orison is much bigger with many more locations. You can go land down to every planet or every building. Same with like a Microtech, you can land on top of almost all the buildings. And Area 18. Whereas like Lorville was static. You can't even get to a certain point without killing you because they didn't want you to see the bad resolution. So what we're seeing with the Lorville remake in 319 is a completion of that arc. They're finally getting to the point where they can build cities the way they want them to work in the future. The trolls would have the ability to sue Amazon, Google by the tens of thousands by having a friend post a copywritten item, then sue Google for having it by the thousands. Yeah. AI, hot take, AI is an exaggerated fantasy propped up by marketing. It is 100% exaggerated. Whenever I hear someone say CIG should have Chat GPT write the lines for do audio and write the lines for or power the NPCs, I laugh because that would be a nonsense machine. It would be a nonsense machine that spews out nothing. Has no context. Do you think No Man's Sky released in 2016 had anything to do with that change? No. Everything that had to do with the change was CIG's own internal technology. CIG rarely changes everything they do because of another game. They change things based off of their own tools being developed. It's not like Chris Roberts comes up with an idea because he watches something and has to be changed. There is one exception to this rule, which is the flight mechanics. Star Citizen's flight mechanics have gone through more changes than I can recall, and it almost entirely has to do with the whims of Chris Roberts. But everything else takes too long for Chris Roberts to be like, oh, I'd rather have this, because it would just take 3 years to pivot. So Chris just doesn't bother with that, but he does change a lot with the flight mechanics in combat. AI would be perfect for NPC chit-chat combos, in my opinion. CIG can write a bunch of canned lines and put them together with some voice actors. It'd be a lot more valuable to the context of the universe than garbage written by AI. Because the problem with the AI to AI NPC conversations, I know a lot of people don't give a shit, but they actually do add a lot to the lore, because they'll talk about the lore context. And without some sort of dynamic adapting AI system to do that, it would just be garbage speak coming in and coming out with context in the modern context, and have no context for what Star Citizen is, or the universe these people are in, or who they are and where they are in society. It just wouldn't work. It might work with like a GTA game, but not with Star Citizen. Nah, I don't think ChatGPT will ever be able to do advanced scripting the way that people want it to. It's just a new pie in the sky Web 3.0 stuff. Just like NFTs before that, just like crypto before that, just like this a long line of people trying to jump on the new hot technology to try to make as much money as possible. The playable space for Babbage landing zones fits in a single smaller building next to the lake. So there is a massive amount of space that needs to be filled out yet. Yes, that's true. AI for that is fantasy right now, but I use machine learning to my research, which is super cool use. The real actual changes, the real actual things that AI can do for video games is automate the processes that require a lot of hand-tooled artists, things that artists don't want to do. Like procedural generation is a great example of this. The procedural generation as a tool is a fantastic tool. The problem is that it's garbage. If you just procedurally generate and forget about it, it gets kind of weird because the algorithms don't work properly. It's not realistic. So you always have to go back and kind of touch things up. But if you could create a level with some small inputs and have an AI tool do that for you, it would cut the time of doing development dramatically. Same with a lot of the little stuff that has to do in games that requires someone to do for a couple of hours or a couple of days or a week or so. That's what you need. Building those tools would be great for it. But that's the future, not scripts, not AI novels, not songs, not AI voice actors. None of that's going to work properly. What's my thoughts on KSP2? Well, let's get to the ISC here in a moment, but I'll talk about that real quickly. I was a little concerned when they revealed all the stuff they were going to talk about with KSP2 initially and the performance problems. But now I think KSP2 is going to be a fantastic game, but I don't know if many people will want to purchase it. I think if you're a Star Citizen fan, you may like it if you played KSP1. Because most Star Citizen fans who are playing the game actively have the rig to handle something like KSP2. But it's a sandbox. It's just the sandbox mode from KSP with some more limitations. But it'll be interesting. It's definitely one of those games like Star Citizen where if you purchase it now, you'll get all of the access to all of the stuff, and almost certainly that game's going to end up being $70. $60 to $70 when that game is fully out, plus DLC in the future. Question, what niche do you see the upcoming Dusters gang filling with Stanton system? We'll talk about that here in a moment. First, let's do the ISC. I super disagree on the AI thing. I don't think it'll be ChatGPT, but I think that something that will be born from what ChatGPT falls into. Disagree. I'm a firm believer in the Chinese box problem. All that AI right now is just randomized garbage that spits out semi legible content. But it's like it's like a 5-year-old being fed a script lines and told to speak. That 5-year-old may be very, very believable in their lines, but they have no idea. It's just more advanced search engine algorithms is what it is. Yes, KSP2 is the 318 problem, where they basically rebuilt the engine from ground up to do what they want it to do. And so they had to rebuild everything from KSP in KSP2 with new systems, and it's a brand new studio and everything. So, yeah. I don't think we're going to see AI speed develop at that fast, honestly. I think we're going to need, it'll eventually reach a technological dead end, and they'll have to come up with another way, because until you have an AI that can be sentient in the way that humans are sentient, in the same sense of understanding and learning from that, not just kind of spitting out what it's told, kind of really like comprehending what it's saying, because then it can understand context and can help you a little bit more of those sorts of like that kind of thing, then we're not there yet. Eventually, we might get there. I don't know if it'll be in my lifetime, any of our lifetimes, but it might. But I don't think that's the technology that ChatGPT is. Yeah, the partner KSP team is partnered with NASA and ESA. Anyways, let's watch this video real quickly.
Just when we think we're out, you all pull us back in. The mining profession journey has been one of the most collaborative in all of Star Citizen, with no shortage of player feedback and game systems that have been designed for flexibility and iteration. The upcoming Alpha 319 is set to bring with it a whole...
I'm going to turn the volume up, and then I'm also going to improve this, because it always autos to 360. I'm like, why? Why are you doing that? Give me 4K.
Whole host of fixes and evolutions to improve the ways that players make their fortunes in the future.
Yeah, so the last time we said that we don't do anything about mining anymore and we leave it at rest. I think it was even when we introduced the mining gadget, so it was quite a while ago. And yeah, well, here we are, sitting here again and explaining to you why we actually had to retouch or wanted to take mining to the next level. So here we are, and giving you something more to enjoy with mining gameplay. So when we left mining, we thought it was already in a good state. So even introducing with the mining gadget, we introduced from our perspective, a nice little different approach on mining. So you have to leave your ship, attach the mining gadget to the rock, then get back into the ship, and then do your mining procedure. And we also thought that it will help with difficulty, so that especially new players can buy a mining gadget to bring down resistances of the rock drastically, so they have an easier mining experience. What we didn't have in mind is that we also have to facilitate expert miners that still need a challenge there. So what we tackled is a general balancing pass. That is, we adjusted all the items, all mineable hats, all mining hats.
Question with player Habs version 1, likely just instance place where we already have local inventory. So what else do we get? Armor, weapon lockers, a places, plushies in bed, anything more? No, that's about it. Where you can put stuff. It's also where you'll be able to log out and not have to pay for rent and rooms in the future. But at version 1, it's hard to tell.
That's all sub-items that you attach to the mining hat. The mining gadgets, everything now has different values. We cleaned it up drastically, so it is now clearer what are the positives of what mining had, what are the positives of a sub item, what are the positives of a mining gadget, and what are the negatives that come with it. And this is more important now because we also touched the minables themselves. So all the minables that you find now have different values in terms of their resistance, in terms of their instability.
How will that benefit players? Immersion. Eventually, player habs will be places where you don't have to pay for rent or pay for like services, so you'll have a little bit more freedom and a little bit easier to put stuff there. You'll be able to make it nice. It'll be kind of like homes are in any other MMO. Not necessarily something that's going to give you a player bonus or anything in the bonus of the game, but player habs will just be a nice to have, a thing that you can decorate and make your own. MMOs are all about expression, and that's just an additional aspect to the expression, as well as being a storage place. Yeah, it's about immersion and a money sink. That's why a lot of people don't want to have them. A lot of people will just say, I don't want to have a persistent hangar. I want to go out in my ship. I want to fly out into the stars and never look back. That's fine. That's also possible. Or build your own homestead. That's possible. That'll be possible in the future too. But it's just one aspect.
So what we try to do is match certain mining heads with certain materials or resources that you find. So you will have mining heads that go better with, for example, aluminum, and others that might go better with iron. And this directly leads to the next thing. So we introduced finally iron, and iron is a ship exclusive mineable for now. We also introduced some new resources like genelite. Genelite is exclusively found in caves, and it's only mineable with FPS. And the reason why we wanted to introduce that is that, like, from the data that we gather from all of you playing, is no one uses FPS mining as a game mechanic outside of the prison. So we wanted to make it more attractive to players to use a multi-tool with a mining attachment other than just having it attached because you found it. So
I have one problem with this, which is the only way you're going to make it viable is by making it be the most viable thing. Star Citizen players will not do anything suboptimal for fun. They will do a little bit of things suboptimal for fun, but they won't go out and use it for making money. And the only reason why people hand mine is for money. If you can't make hand mining the most profitable thing, people will just move on to ship mining. And they'll never mine anything but the most profitable thing they can find. This is the problem about Star Citizen without the quantum system background, which, the simulation of the universe. Because without that context, there's no reason to. Or crafting, if the crafting will get you something. They do mention crafting in here at some point, though.
Right now, we want you to try out the new caves, find the new mineable, and I can guarantee you that it is really profitable to bring that with you. It's not...
But is it the most profitable?
As profitable as the mining as a profession, because if it's your day...
No one's doing it then. I'm sorry to say it, to be very blunt. CIG, no one's doing it then. That's just the reality. You need to understand player behavior, and I know enough to know about the Star Citizen's players' behavior that if it's not the most profitable thing, it's not making you 1 million UBC in an hour, then players won't do it unless it's really fun.
Day-to-day job, but it's like a nice golden nugget that you can find on your exploration tool. So next time you are in the caves, better bring a mining attachment with your multi-tool. We additionally cleaned up the way that resources are distributed throughout Stanton. And this is because we want to make resource gathering future-proof. With the introduction of crafting that will come further down the road, with this first implementation with the hull scraping gameplay, so you already got a glimpse of it. But what is important there is that we get a better control of where to find certain materials, and also from our perspective, it's more interesting for players to know where they have to go to find certain material types. So what we did is we defined standard materials.
Chat, the other thing that's important to remember is that you see, so, well, I'll mine if it's profitable in a bunker or like in a mining or in a like a cave mission. What's more valuable? Stopping and spending the 5 minutes to mine out a piece of ore and then collect every little bit, which is time consuming and a pain in the ass, or leaving the cave, getting in your ship, flying to the next cave mission and doing it again? The answer is almost certainly going to be continuing the cave missions. Here's a great example. I was doing the smuggling missions, and I mentioned that you can take some small boxes, which are just there. It's just free money. Just take a few minutes, pull them all those boxes down, put them in the hangar or in the airlock, and then toss them into your ship while you're doing smuggling runs. And the first thing someone said was, it took you 5 minutes to do that. Not profitable, I'm never doing it. Because it's 5 minutes and you only got 64 SCU from each box. So the immediate thought was, it's 5 extra minutes that I could be used for traveling and making money. Never going to do it. That's the problem. That's the mentality you're dealing with. Unless there is something that is significantly valuable, no one cares what you're making because it's all about the per hour UEC. How much bang for my time, I'm bang for my buck. How much money can I make in the time I have to absolutely optimize my experience? Because Star Citizen players give zero shits about anything but money because they think if they have money, they can get ships. If they have ships, they can have fun. So there's this mentality which exists in other games and it's existing in Star Citizen, is that you need to make fuck tons of money before you can have the fun stuff. You need to make a bunch of money to be able to buy all the ships so you can actually have fun in the game. Which is why everyone grinds the shit out of mining, because it makes you the most money. Yeah, AUEC equals A2 and you can just go grief people. And that's the problem that CAG is going to have until they sit down and invest time in reputation, missions, and the quantum system. You need those 3 things to improve it. This is just going to prove to be the exact same problem. Now, I do see the value in this going forward, things like pyro and things like crafting, but the idea of doing this to try to incentivize players to do things, they're not going to do it.
And quality or like rarity-based materials. Standard materials are something like copper, like iron, like something that you know from real life is used in basically every item that you find around. And those have distinct locations now within Stanton. For example,
hey Shepard, how you doing? We're watching ISC. How y'all doing from Shepard Stream? My name's Paul. Welcome to the AstroPub. Sorry. Shh, video. Can we get a follow command for Shepard? Hey, Team Spleen here. Is it splen or spleen? Ooh, hot dogs. Double dog.
For example, aluminum you can only find around Crusader, where copper you can only find around Microtech, which, so as a disclaimer, this can change during.
Oh, hey, Smush. Spleen and then Smush. I'm getting double rated here. How you doing, Smush? I heard Smush. Smush, I heard you were in. You're on timeout for bad behavior. TikTok put you in the timeout care for saying a naughty word. How dare you mouth off to people who are being assholes on stream? You got unbanned? Nice. Spleen, what were you up to? And Smush, what were you up to? Both Star Citizen stuff? We're watching ISC, so. And then we're going to be reading the monthly reports and stuff like that. She got on early work release. I hope I'm saying spleen right. I'm saying spleen, but I'm sure it's splend or something. Thank you. Try to look it's a fancy pub. It's a fancy establishment. This is my office, though. So.
Distress bacon.
Racing naturally smashed some unofficial PTU records. Nice. That's awesome. Are you doing Crux Cup as well? Or are you just doing kind of stuff you're on your own? Hey, Celine, how you doing? Splen like hen. Okay, Splen. Okay, makes sense. Gotta go fast. Yeah. I'm always going to be a fan of racing. I found that my community doesn't tend to care for racing, which makes sense. I'm not much of a racer myself, but I am always a fan of promoting racing because it's such an interesting concept that's almost totally unique to Star Citizen. Like Smush when you're like low flying and racing. All this stuff is like you just don't see it in other MMOs. You kind of see it in some place like Destiny sort of had racing stuff going on, but not to the degree and detail that Star Citizen's trying to do. Star Citizen's trying to do almost its own game with the racing stuff. You've platinum every course now? Nice. Also, System 7. Stanton 7? Yes. Try to get our hands on everything? Nice. Question, if Quantanium must stay in profitable or if Quantanium must profitable in Star Citizen, why about those new material, Paul? Quantanium, the issue with profitability, and we'll go over this when we talk about this mining a little bit more. The issue with what they're talking about is the only way to encourage players to produce goods, to do actions, which are not the most optimal actions for their own, like the min-max, what they're doing, is to vary up that min-max so that you can't reasonably always be going out and getting Quantanium and then making a certain amount of profit from it. When you add things like supply and demand shifts and when things become too demanding, the key isn't to cut it off. It's just to have the buy price be so low that it's just not worth the effort. So you're taking a risk when you go out and do things which have volatile prices. So high risk, high reward. Something like Quantanium should always be semi-profitable, but it would be kind of like okay to just ridiculously good depending on the demand. And you'll have to plan accordingly if you're going to be going out after Quantanium. Some things will be not necessarily super profitable, but common, and you can get the same price everywhere for it, so you know what you're getting. And which will be still encourage people to do those actions because you can guarantee a certain amount of payout. But the things that are going to get you the most money will also make you almost no money. When you do stuff like that, it breaks up player mentality, player psychology, so they don't know what's going to happen. And if they don't know what's going to happen, they're going to have to plan and research, or they'll just avoid it and do something else that's more reliable that they can make money off of. And if you hit the whole system set up like that, which CIG wants to do, it completely will kind of throw players off to the point where they're just like, well, there's no optimal way to play. So I'm just going to do what I think I like to do, I guess. And that's the key. That's the hope that CIG is going for. But a lot of the stuff they're doing now just, to me, just seems like, why? Is stockpiling. Oh yeah, then there's stockpiling when you get hangers. But like you're not stockpiling Quantanium, my man. That is very volatile.
Gonna have to do.
Oh yeah, that one. It's funny you speak of NoPixel because one of the major streamers from NoPixel was hanging out in Star Citizen recently. Forgot. I know the name and I'm just blanking on it. Starts with an S. Do you think we'll get RP servers where bunny hopping, and sprinting around like a maniac in neon pink suits will be punishable by death? No, but I do think Star Citizen is going to incentivize you to not wear suits and not to be bunny hopping, because and that's the other key. Things like reputation and your actions having consequences in places that are more profitable, like landing zones, will have a big factor on that. So. Not Snow, but Snow is one of them. What's his name? I'm forgetting the name. not Splen. Unless Splen is a no pixels RPer. I forgot the name. Not 41, but I know 41. All right.
During our development, but just to give you an idea that we now have distinct location where you can find these defined standard materials. That doesn't mean that you cannot find the standard materials elsewhere. There are chances of you finding them elsewhere, especially asteroid belts get more attractive because they have a more diverse spectrum of materials. But on the planet side, like you know from Earth, we just have very distinct locations where you can find those rare earths. And what we also introduced is that each of the standard material always have certain more rare or rarer materials associated with them. So this gives you a glimpse of where we are going, where our intention is to have star systems with exclusive materials that you need for your crafting. So you have to travel to a certain star system to get the material that you need for whatever item you would like to create. There are two more things that we updated. So one thing that we noticed is that mining is a difficult profession. And we want to make the obstacle less threatening for new players, and that means that we improved our mining UI a little.
The old mining UI was one of the most
is this the new or the old
developed
one?
UIs in the game. It was one of the most readable already, but we discovered some improvements we could add to it to make it more enjoyable to the players. But we had like some slight issues with you could say clutter, basically, with the center part of the screen with too many elements flashing. So for the next update, we moved some elements together. For example, we moved the mining throttle next to the power charge of the asteroid, since those two elements are semantically related. We've added a range bar to the left with all the ranges you need to keep in mind, like scanning, blast radius, and mining range of your head. We shuffled less relevant UI elements to the bottom of the screen to clear up space on the center part.
I'm not seeing the distance. Where's the distance? I see laser instability. I see that, and I see the optimal. I guess that's not the optimal range. So if you're like 59 meters away is the optimal range, I guess. And then laser intensity over here. I thought that was like the optimal like level. It's very tiny on my screen, so it's a little bigger, but it's still not that big.
Part and on what you are looking at. We've also changed the display of scanning to make it less disruptive to the mining experience, and we've improved a little on a bunch of things like color and element positions within each card of the screen to make it more readable.
So now it is easier for you to see what distance you have to keep from the rock, what dangers you encounter on the rock, how your mining head actually is set up right now, and all the parameters that you need to know if the rock that you are targeting is actually mineable. For that, we even added a little helper that basically tells you, hey, it is very doable, it's an easy mining approach, it's a challenging mining approach, or it's an impossible one. Because now there will be impossible one. And this is where our last change for this update comes in, which is multi-crew mining. We thought that
no, it's not 360.
The size of the rocks and the power it required for multiplayer mining was sufficient, but especially with the mining gadgets, you could bring down the resistance so much that like multi-crew mining wasn't as needed anymore as we actually intended. And that's the benefit of having a game in a live environment where you, as the community, create videos, create reviews, post like comments on the spectrum that you are basically not as satisfied with the gameplay
I like the before the spectrum
as you would like to be, and this is now our opportunity, and we saw the need in it to make it even more future-proof for all the upcoming systems. So we wanted to encourage players using the mole in a cooperative environment. And what we think lore-wise was that would make sense and was an easy win for us.
Interesting,
Was
this is a lore argument.
because you are sharing one system, one computer on your mole, you basically have a way to synchronize your mining lasers. And by that, you get the benefit while sitting in a mole to decrease the instability of the targeted rock drastically. So if you compare this with...
So if you're using the mole, it will decrease the instability of a rock versus if you're using 3 separate prospectors. So it'll make it easier to mine if you have a multi-crew. I thought he was saying originally that when I first watched this that it will automatically set the intensity to be the same as the one of the miners, like sync them up. But I guess it's supposed to make it less unstable.
With a prospector hitting the same rock with, like, if you have 3 prospectors hitting the same rock, you will get a punishment basically in
No, that's right.
terms of instability. So we wanted to make sure that it's still solvable. If you are an expert miner, you can counter the instability there. But it's more effort that you have to put into it.
That's what I saw.
Compared to a mole, where with you have a high instability rock and you have 2 friends or 3 friends, you better pick your mole over the 3 prospectors.
Oh, I see. The instability is going up as more people are
mining experience picking the mole. And there's one more thing that ties in with the difficulty or increase of difficulty that we intended with this update, and that basically brings us back to the resources and the update that we did for the resources. Something we didn't have before.
I like that change because it encourages people to go mining in moles. If you're going to be doing a large rock together, go get a mole and go into there. That makes a lot of sense. It's a way of lore and kind of like hand-wavium kind of making it work, and it also encourages players to go into the multi-crew if you're going to be doing larger work. If you're still doing smaller work, you can still do it. If it's more now is more viable to go into a mole than it is to have 3 prospectors working at once, which makes a lot of sense. That's what CIG wants to do. They want to encourage more multi-crew gameplay. That's a great way of doing it. As much as I know people don't like it because that means they have to work with other people if they're looking at much larger rocks, but CIG's also still have those like the assistance tools, the little gadgets you can use, plus mining heads. So there's still ways for solo players to do it. Why do they hate the many prospectors method? For the same reason why they hate everyone flying in arrows or in gladiuses and not using a Connie, because Star Citizen is based off of multi-crew and multiple multiplayer gaming.
But we will now introduce is that each resource composition will have an effect on the weight or on the mass of the mineable. So that means there are certain materials that are heavier and therefore harder to crack. So you definitely need to bring friends.
Remote turret variant mole? No. They want you to play with other people. This is not something that's like a hidden feature. That anyways. This is not something that's just come up out of nowhere. This has been the basic beginning factor of Star Citizen since the beginning. This is a multiplayer game, an MMO multiplayer game. CIG doesn't want to make it impossible to solo play, but they don't want to encourage it for higher level gameplay. They want to encourage players who, if they really want to go much high above and beyond what they currently are, to be in multi-crew ships and to work in multi-crews. Just makes sense. Yeah, and it doesn't make it prospectors impossible. It just means you're going to have to work together a little bit more closely to do that work.
To crack the stone with the super dense materials, comparison to resources that are less dense and are more porous, so you will have an easier life or easier mining approach with them. This will not make single-player mining worthless. It will make it more interesting, for sure, because like we also will update a little bit of the trading, so it is even more valuable, or you get more profit out of even the less the less rare materials, because of the redistribution of the resources. Suddenly there is a demand at the other side of the universe for aluminum, for example. So you might wonder when this update will be available to you. And I have some good news. So you might have seen the content that we put in this video already. So it is already in a playable state for us, but not only
Grim, how you doing,
that.
buddy?
Right now we are on a good track.
Did I get raided again? And I didn't see. Stardrum, thank you so much for that. Grim, thanks for that raid. I'm sorry. I've been so engrossed in this stuff, and I usually turn off the I got to turn on the alerts and then just turn them off when I do the actual videos.
To have it inside or have it part of the next major release after our 3.18 patch. We are very confident that it will be in 3.19.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that resources are being redistributed throughout the Stanton system and include new additions to vehicle and FPS minables, that the UI continues to evolve and improve the player experience, and that balancing changes to everything from heads to consumables to gadgets and to the resources themselves means that Alpha 3.19 will bring a thoroughly updated experience to miners when it arrives later this year. Now, as for Alpha 3.18, it's available to all players now in OpenPTU, so don't miss your chance to get in there and bang on the pipes, as it were, to help us get things to a live release. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
Thank you, Jared. DFX, you'll still be able to do gaming with AI and NPCs. That'll still be viable. It's just not going to be viable in the same way that I think a lot of people think. You're not going to be captaining a ship and being able to have that immersive feeling of being a captain. You're still talking to AI. And they'll still be as responsive as AI are. So that comes back to another problem, but overall, this is a good ISC. The changes seem reasonable. I can see a lot of the changes in the sense that they want to distribute the resources in a way that makes it more sane, where it's not just you can go to anywhere and get anything. It's now, hey, if you want to get a scattering of everything, go to asteroid belts. If you want to get a specific resource, go to these specific locations because they're more likely to have those resources. It may not make logical sense in the reality of the universe, but it's close enough to authentic that it kind of works. Jared's lefty? I think he is. It's not jump out of your seat kind of exciting, but it's definitely a yes, I did mention crafting. Crafting is already in 3.18 with the Vulture. The Vulture can craft small items, but in the future, you're going to need a recipe, almost certainly. So if you want to craft things, you're going to want to have certain resources to build those things. Now, I would hesitate to sit there and go, crafting means I can build my spaceships. Likely not. You may be able to build ammunition or weapons or armor or tools, or maybe even like habs or other small things. But the idea of you building like weapons or ship components or ships themselves is very small. This isn't going to be that kind of EVE level because CIG still wants to control the buying and selling of ships as much as they can. So you're saying we might have to explore to find specific veins, but until there's a reason for it, there's really not a reason to do so. Other than for roleplay purposes or just for fun, I doubt that copper is going to be the most valuable substance in Star Citizen. People will find whatever is the most valuable for 3819, and they're going to go to that region and they're going to mine it, which is good for, it's fine because it also means, guess what, y'all? If it's one place has all of the great resources, you're not the only one who knows that. Pirates will know that too. And pirates will stock those grounds pretty heavily, especially in a post 318 world. That's a lot of money you're taking that they're going to take from you. You're going to be decorating your outposts on Pyro. Something like that. Yes, we will. It's not that stupid. It's... Hey, New Soul. I haven't gotten a chance to listen to the latest one there, but I'll take a look at it. But yeah, so to give you an idea of how far away my voice is, this is about the distance, which is, I usually do the finger method, or if I'm this far away, I'm good. And this is generally how I speak. So that's the reason why, how it is, so. Always appreciate your perspective, Paul. I'm not sold on the Prospector mole change. I wish I could have made huge rocks instead of only mole can do, but change is constant in Star Citizen. I still think you'll be able to do huge rocks in a mole, but you'll need to spend more credits for accessories like mining heads and mining accessories, like mining gadgets. I'm sure those will still be very viable. It's just, if you want to do multi-crew mining, multiple people mining one rock, you're going to want to get a mole. So, which makes sense. Is manufacturing even going to be a thing at that point then? Yeah, there'll be lots of things you can produce. You got to remember that the production in Star Citizen doesn't have to just be ships. It can be materials or products or other things which you can then sell to the market. So gathering resources won't just be mining, but mining matters. You might be able to make radios or transmitters or other things which are consumer grade stuff that may have not a lot of value in the game. They may give you nothing in the game, but they're a commodity that exists that you can sell to the market. So that they'll have some sort of value. Crafting is more than just crafting for your own use. It can be crafting for industrial purposes. It's just there will be a limit to just what kind of industrial purposes you can do. You're not building an Idris. Like, that's not going to happen. Drugs, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about crafting, you could do things like food. Like an easy addition for buffs is write food recipes for specific foods, which then can give you certain buffs on the short term or long term. Or drugs that do those sorts of things. Or medical equipment, or medical stuff, or even clothing, or other domestic stuff. I said like transmitters. You could also do things like light bulbs or things like nails, like components, parts that people will need to craft other aspects. Almost certainly everything, the building an outpost will require resources that you can mine for. But that's different from like spaceships. Yeah, exactly. Crafting for the Pioneer, crafting for other things like that. Yeah. I remember when people would say that crafting would never come into this game. CIG has always said they wanted to make crafting, though. in a certain limited capacity. It'll be interesting to see how that's changed since the dynamic landing zones or dynamic landing ability and building your own outposts. If you can build like an industrial outpost, like an outpost that's just a factory. Because before they talked about it as economic nodes or like something like that. It was like industrial nodes that you could rent or purchase or take over at landing zones or on space stations. That was always kind of planned in there. But people were very skeptical. Yeah. Mountain Doomy, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night, buddy. So in the Star Citizen universe, did Epstein actually kill himself? I don't think so. As far as I understand, in terms of the lore of Star Citizen and our reality do not diverge until the birth of Chris Roberts sometime now. That's where it diverges. And there's nothing in the Star Citizen universe that says the Chris Roberts that founded RSI is the same Chris Roberts that we have today. I'm studying Ant's videos on the Thargoid War and Elite. Makes me want the Vanduul and the PU. Any plans for that? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. CIG plans on having the Vanduul be a dynamic threat. Will raid locations that you have to deal with to have players be able to go into Vanduul space and take Vanduul bounties. Vanduul will be a threat. There will be a pirate threat that will escalate over time. And even pirates will escalate over time. We'll likely have dynamic events of Vanduul raids in certain locations. CIG is not shy about that idea. But we probably won't see the Vanduul until after Squadron 42 is released. Yeah, the Chris Robertson game actually delivered RSI. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Because the Chris Robertson game founded Robert Space Industries in like 2036 or 2040 and died in the early 22nd century. Chris Roberts is currently in his like 40s or 50s. He's got to be like, he's not a young man anymore. There's no way, as I'm sure as healthy as Chris is sometimes, there's no way Chris Roberts, our current Chris Roberts, is making it to like 2100. And I think I've heard a lot of people complain about that. It's like, it's so cringe. It's like, it's an Easter egg. It's just a small little Easter egg. It's put in there. It's the name Chris Roberts. It's like a lot of stuff in there. Like the Bengal carrier is because of the tiger's claw from Wing Commander. It's one of those just kind of little wink and a nods on the Dutch tab. Release date confirmed? Yes. What about other species? CIG plans on having the Banu, the Xi'an, the Tavaran, the Vanduul, and then a bunch of other, what CIG calls creatures, which are non-sentient or sapient, non-sapient AI animals, which are alien, but, you know, there's a whole suite of those things. And they're working on all of that right now. In fact, the last monthly report, we had a lot of updates about creatures that were being worked on. At least one creature, like a pack animal, it's kind of aggressive. And then, what's the other one? We know the Vanduul are being worked on in terms of behavior, in terms of animating, a bunch of stuff like that. We also know that likely a Banu or Xi'an is being worked on as well. Maybe even Tavaran. It's hard to tell. They're working on some other stuff as well. But yeah, there are going to be other species in the universe. Yeah, the space whales. He's 54. Okay, yeah. So, did he release the game before he passed away? No lore on that. How many fauna are they working on currently? It's hard to tell because CIG is not very explicit about their fauna. There's at least two that they've mentioned. One which is unnamed, but seems to be the same one, which is based off the Vanduul AI tech, has is in Squadron 42, is a pack hunting animal, and is aggressive. And then there's this, I think it's called the Stone Bug, which they've already have in the game in 3.18, but it's a static object, not a dynamic AI. It's like a dead object. I think CIG is working on that AI as well to put in there. But it's important to note that none of these creatures are going to be in the game until after 4.0. And we also know that CIG has been working on art for a bunch of different fauna a lot. So, but they just kind of say multiple fauna or multiple creatures mentioned in like artwork for stuff. It's not just one. It's just those two are the ones that are being put through production, and there's a bunch of other stuff that's being drawn. To be fair, RSI Game is not a heroic company. They've done real corporate shit. Yeah, they're probably on the more benign edge of corporate fuckery, but they still do engage in corporate fuckery. Are you sure this? Chris Roberts was, if that was the case, that Chris Roberts would be living to like 130 years old. Because if he's 54 in 2023, that means when RSI releases the first quantum drive, which was 2072, which is what? He would be 104. I'm not saying it's impossible, but there's also hints that he was alive into the 22nd century. That means he would have founded RSI when he's in his 70s, 60s or 70s. That's pushing it for Chris Roberts. 139. Okay. Did I do the math wrong? I was thinking 23, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. So it's additional 50 years. Yeah. We don't know his official death. Unless you find it there, because I haven't actually found his official death listed. But it may have been added and I didn't see it. Look at it real quick. Okay, he died in 2108. So yeah, he'd be 130, 139. Yeah. As much as I'm sure Chris is a healthy individual, I highly doubt Chris Roberts will be alive in 2108. You're just right, I don't expect math skills. All right, so just take a look at something real quickly. So Star Citizen releases in 2109. Which is the worst corp in Star Citizen from an ethical standpoint? Hurston Dynamics? It's a toss-up between ArcCorp and Hurston Dynamics. It's hard to explain to you how fucked up Hurston is. Hurston uses, and I am not sugarcoating this, slave labor. They exploit the desperate, the poor, and the criminal. So people who were criminals who can't find a job anywhere, Hurston will pay for them, will hire them, and they will only hire them on what they call their lifetime contracts, which effectively locks you into working for them for life. You cannot break the contract. Only Hurston can. And no, dying and regenning does not count as dying. So you are effectively signing yourself up to be a slave for life, working and living in Lorville or in Hurston. So you can see those conditions in Hurston are pretty fucked. And then on top of that, on top of all of that, there is almost no safety regulations for Hurston. Your pay is shit, and pretty much everything you purchase is owned by Hurston, so it's company town. Though it's not as bad as ArcCorp, which is a company town. And ArcCorp also doesn't have the problem with like lifetime contracts, but ArcCorp is famous for their fusion energy production. So they produce fusion power plants. The problem is that fusion power plants are incredibly dirty. It takes a lot of stuff to, like it is very much a dirty process which kills you. But it requires manual labor. You can't really do it with robots because AI doesn't really exist in the Star Citizen universe. So it requires manual labor. It's cheaper than robots anyways, and it will kill you. But where you work for ArcCorp to build those fusion plants, you also live in ArcCorp-owned facilities, buy ArcCorp food and like clothing that's owned by ArcCorp, that you have to buy it from those stores. You are stuck there. So in some ways, it's even worse than Hurston because Hurston is at least honest when they're fucking you. ArcCorp lies to your face and then gets you more deeper in debt for them to do it. So yeah, there's basically Stanton is filled with two absolute shitbags of corporations and then two mostly benign corporations which are incompetent. Yeah, definitely. Another day older and deeper in debt. So I can't go. I'll hold my soul to the company store. It's 16 tons, yeah. 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Was that Alona's vision for ArcCorp? Yup. That was ArcCorp's vision. They wanted to buy a continent so that they could make their dirty plants. But the UAE countered with, take the entire planet. And so the entire equator of ArcCorp is ringed with fusion plants. And then they didn't give a shit about the rest of the planet, so they subcontracted it. They sold every square inch of ArcCorp to other companies. So that's why it was rapidly developed and it has so much built on it, is because effectively they were giving free land out with no regulations. So a lot of companies were like, I'll buy that for $1. That's a great deal. Give me a place where I can make things or sell things with almost no regulations and almost zero tax. Hell yeah. How do citizens of Hurston feel against visitors? They don't really care about visitors as far as I know. Yeah, I've always said that Star Citizen, whether CIG knows it or not, and I think this is partially intentional and partially unintentional because CIG wants to reflect our current realities as much as possible and make it as shades of gray as possible. There's not really many exclusively good guys or bad guys. A great example of this is Auguste Dunlop, the founder of Crusader Industries. He started off as an activist. He wanted to overthrow the Mezzers and kind of bring reform and change to the empire, to change it fundamentally, because his mother and father were killed during a coup attempt to kill to overthrow the Mezzers, overthrow a Mezzer to install another Mezzer. And he was an orphan who was taken in by an orphanage and raised and managed to get into to college. So he recognizes the value. He recognized the value of public services to help people out who are downtrodden. So he wanted to do that. He wanted to change the system, change society for the better. But he had to overthrow the little slip there. He had to overthrow the Mezzers before he could do that. And so he did. He was a huge part of overthrowing the Mezzers. And then after the Mezzers were overthrown, he went into government work and tried to do his best to improve the government and found out that unless you have money, no one cares. So what did he do? He went out, used his business degree to find a company and make a profit. And that's what Crusader Industries was. It purchased a struggling shuttle manufacturer, created Crusader Industries, tried to make as much money as possible. And something like 80 to 90% of all of the profits that Crusader Industry has goes directly into charity. Now, here's the problem. Crusader is incompetent. It's not a government entity. It can't run Crusader the planet and doesn't really know what the best use of its resources are. It just pretends it does and just gives out a bunch of its money. But it doesn't stop them from owning a fucking planet and the moons around it and then ignoring them, letting a very violent group like the Ninetales effectively run wild without any consequences in their backyard, taking over parts of their own city. They're the definition of the people you don't want in charge of a civilization, which is effectively what Orison is. So it's like, part of it is, yeah, they're well-meaning, and I'm sure working for them is pretty good. I'm sure there's good benefits, but holy shit, are they incompetent? Later, Double Crane, thank you. They're a good company, bad government. But because of the deal they signed, the government doesn't want to have anything to do with ArcCorp. They want, or not ArcCorp, with Crusader. They want Crusader to deal with themselves. Because the government doesn't want to have to come in and spend resources to take care of Crusader, because that's why they sold it to Crusader in the first place, so they don't have to deal with it. So this is like this weird, it's effectively, there is no such thing as a good company in the Star Citizen universe. All companies have downsides or have major problems with them. The problem is, flip side, gangs, all of the pirate gangs are rebels. They all were founded by rebels who were opposing the centralized government of humanity, first the UNE, then the UPE, then the UE. They didn't like centralization. They felt that it was bad. They felt that it was going to lead to fascism, which it did, and other problems. The problem is that a lot of these rebels were violent terrorists and often attacked civilian targets rather than trying to overthrow. And their most successful points were when they were focusing on hearts and minds kind of stuff, which is what the overthrow of the Mezzers eventually happened. But like all pirate groups have this seed of rebellion in them. But then you have people like the Ninetales and Xenothreat, who are horrible fuckers, who will kill you for looking at them crest. They don't care about fundamental rights. They're only there for themselves and power and money. That's what they care about. So there are in-betweens, there in this shades of gray, there are some people who are good, but no one is explicitly the heroes, and no one's explicitly the villains. Every group has its positives and negatives, which is intentional from the CIG writing point perspective. Naive, yeah, that's how the CIG writing team calls Crusader. They're naive, but well-meaning, but naive. But the reality is I don't think they're naive. I think they don't care. They don't know what to do. What's the incompetence in Microtech then? Great example of the Microtech incompetence is they decided to take the planet even though it was too cold, so they decided they were going to try to develop a predator to introduce into the wild that was genetically engineered to handle the extreme cold. But in the process, a couple of mating pairs escaped that were not ready, And that's what we know as the Boreal Stalkers. Thank you, Manhattan. Yeah. Kind of is destroying their own environment because they're trying to help it. Microtech is also almost certainly experimenting in AI tech, which is entirely illegal because every time they try to build an AI, it fucks up and kills everybody. Yeah, walled garden and that kind of thing. All Moby glasses, like your Moby glasses, the iPhone of the future, you can only get it from Moby Glass. There's no competition. What planet do I buy property in if I want to live in a place like Hawaii or Los Angeles? Hawaii, you're probably going to want to look at what's the name of it? There's a regatta. Towhill. Towhill 2 or Towhill 3. It's an island. It's a planet made up of islands of flowers. But barring that, Green, which is where the Murray Cup takes place, beautiful tropical locations. You can try Nemo, which is almost entirely water, just a little bit of land here and there. For LA, you're probably looking at a place like Terra. Anywhere on Terra, New Austin, Terra Prime, like the city of Terra and Terra Tower, Nova Kiev, which is where Anvil is located, Kazi, which is another place where, what are they called? What are they called? Hesperia is headquartered out of Kazi. Those are where the Grazer comes from, the space cow. Did they also try to terraform the planet? No, they screwed up the government screwed up the terraformation process. The government terraformed all the planets in the Hurston system, or the Hurston system, in the Stanton system, and then sold it to the other people. As far as we know, that was the process. Government found it. People were already living there. The government exterminated everyone, forcibly evicted all of the residents of Stanton with a Bengal carrier group. They weren't fucking around. Then sat on it, not knowing what to do. Built Orison to keep a military presence there. It was super expensive for them to keep military there. So they started to terraform the planets and then sold the planets to the different companies. Oh, exterminated. It's not explicitly said exterminated, but they said there were people here before the government showed up, because there were people here before in the Stanton before the government showed up. And when the government showed up, they told them to leave or be destroyed, or leave or face the consequences. But no one could stand up to the might of a Bengal carrier. You don't put that in your lore without going, okay, there was a genocide that went on in Stanton before it happened. Didn't mess up 4 times. I think the only planet that didn't require terraformation was Crusader. Crusader is naturally habitable in the upper atmosphere. Yeah, it's pretty dark. What? So, like, it makes sense that there's a bunch of ruined colonial outposts all over the Stanton system, because those were the original settlements of Stanton. And why are they ruined? Well, I would be ruined too if an orbital bombardment from a Bengal carrier hit me. What's the history of Port Olisar then? It's just a processing site for traffic and for goods from other parts to Orison. It's just there to filter out people who are coming into to land at Orison. Do we think or know if Synth World is planned much beyond the lore? Seems pretty set in silicon. Is it be part of the verse somehow? It's planned, but Synth World is designed as a player. It's hard to explain. There are player plot points that are stuck throughout the lore. Each of those plot points are designed for players to interact with and change the outcome with. For instance, moving the capital from Earth to Terra, Synth World, the Third Tevarin War, or the Tevarin question about do the Tevarin adapt to human civilization and then integrate into human society, or do they reclaim their heritage and completely separate themselves from humans, or retake their homeworld and start the Third Tevarin War? There's questions about the Xi'an, the current Xi'an Emperor. It has no heir, and he's at the end of his reign. So when he dies, if he dies without an heir, there's almost certainly going to be a civil war that breaks out in the Xi'an in the Xi'an Empire. You have the questions of places like Nexus, which is currently in an active insurgency, where the UE came in to clean out the pirate gangs and still haven't finished cleaning out the pirate gangs. You have places like the Chiron Civil War, where the Chiron system broke away from the UE after the fall of the Mezzers and has been in a constant civil war between the two main nations of Chiron 2, I think, Chiron 3. They've been in a constant state of civil war since then. There's all of these plot points. The AI question, whether AI should be developed or not. All of these plot points are plot points where players will interact with and change the trajectory on the lore of what that happens. Do we think, okay. Probably a Xi'an Civil War. It's not the first time it's happened. Question, what do you think about the rumor that we could have Pyro without server meshing? I think it's a misunderstanding of what was said. Because what was said was, as far as I understand, because I watched that video too, a lot of people said, well, they said Pyro separated from meshing. The answer is they want to build Pyro, they want to build the jump points without having to deal with meshing. Not because they want to have it build it first, but because they want to break the part about making server meshing and Pyro. They want to break that out into individual ways to tackle it to make it as simple as possible. And so that was just part of them breaking it away from server meshing and Pyro as its own, jump points as its own thing, so they could tackle that separately from the other aspects. Oh yeah, those engagement systems are probably almost a decade away. A lot of those things aren't going to be in the game for 5-6 years. Until we get like dynamic server meshing version whatever, like the last version of it, and quantum and more AI, which is going to take at least 2 years, if not longer, then none of that stuff all that stuff is just pipe dreams. Ninetales will do it now to a degree, but CIG is very, very reticent to change the lore based off of alpha content. I think once they reach a beta status, they'll be a little bit more willing to do that, because in my mind, the concept that they're going to do is they're going to release Star Citizen as a soft launch. They're going to get a couple of systems into the game, and like a couple of star systems in the game, get the basic framework working, and then they're going to say, we're not going to wipe anymore. We still have the right to wipe, but our plan is to not wipe anymore from now on. And then just release 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or however many systems per quarter as they go along to improve the game. And at that point, I think they'll definitely be doing more of those lore points. A home in life. That doesn't mean that they can't do lore points or add more lore stuff to the game. They're planning on doing it this year, which is kind of nice. The Kurthok is like an end game sort of thing. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and when I be back with some agua, so my voice doesn't die, we're gonna do we're gonna do a recording for the capsule, which is going to be the progress report. Those of you who are watching this on YouTube, Twitch has a tradition where they spam my voice commands a ton when I go off, when I leave, because I don't have an AFK screen for here. So when if you are, do not like loud noises to suddenly pop out of nowhere, mute like that, yeah. Mute now, and then when I come back,
I'm pilot.
Drugs.
I'm pilot. I'm flying.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Good news, everyone.
Distress bacon. Drugs.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone. I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Bounty hunting is a
It was
complicated
at this moment that he knew.
Bounty hunting
He fucked
is
Just
a
an old-fashioned cowboy.
Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
2 words.
Weapons free, y'all.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm flying.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls
Good
himself an
news,
outlaw.
everyone.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Cajitas wares.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession. Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Drugs. 2 words. Distress bacon.
Cajitas wares.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Distress bacon.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Weapons free, y'all. I'm pilot.
Drugs.
Good news, everyone.
Bounty hunting is a complicated
It was at this
profession.
moment that he knew. He fucked up.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Good news, everyone.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
2 words. Distress.
that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Yep. That's how no more fun. All right. So if you've not done one of these before, if this is your first office hours, here's how this is going to work. This is a segment that I record exclusively for YouTube. So this is designed for me to kind of look at, read, talk with the camera, just like I'm talking with YouTube. Y'all can still hang out and chat, but don't ask me any direct questions because I probably won't answer them until after I'm done with the recording. All right. All right. Let me fix this up. We'll pull up a couple more things here in a moment. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. All right. Y'all ready? All right. 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. These capsules are small little segments of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you come join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. See, here's chat. You can prove that I'm live. They'll probably be jerks and say I'm not live or something. But also leave the link to the full stream if you want to see it up at the top left. Top left. I think that's left. That direction right there. Can't remember which one it is for you. But yeah, click that up there for you. And yeah, let's get to this. We're going to be talking about the roadmap update. So for those of you who don't know, we had our kind of 0.5 roadmap update 2 weeks ago. But there was, and I talked with Jake about this, specifically Jake mentioned that he was unable to make up the time to process a lot of the information that was given to him because here in Austin, we had a big freeze, which knocked out power for a week. And so Jake just didn't have the power to actually do his job, which is why it took longer than anticipated. So, which is why a lot of this stuff got pushed over to this current monthly report. I don't know why they didn't just say that. It would be a little bit more reasonable, I think, or people would understand a little bit more. But it is what it is. However, this time I'm not just going to look at the roadmap, public-facing roadmap update. I'm also going to look at the progress tracker, not just the release view, but the progress tracker as well, using a tool called the Shiny Tracker, made by Shiny Hobo, who's a fan who looks at the Delta report, which is what has changed since the last update. So, in order to fully understand this, as you know me, if you've been watching me, let's go through piece by piece to understand everything about the roadmap, the context of the roadmap, some rules about the roadmap, and then we'll get on to the update. So grab yourself something to drink, something to eat, because this is going to be a little bit of a longer one. But just like my other reports, like roadmap roundups, as well as monthly reports, I think context is key. And me going through all of the stuff that I can find for you to hear is probably a better idea than just listening to a summary of what's changed and what's being added. Because on the surface, it can be very defeating to just see the small changes. But when you really crack open the hood and start digging around inside what CIG is doing, you get to learn a lot more about the priorities of what CIG is working on, to understand at least what is being done. Not necessarily what's going to be completed, but what's being done. So come join me. All right. So we're going to start with the roadmap companion. So at the bottom of every roadmap roundup, there is this link right here that's for a roadmap companion guide. This will tell you everything you need to know about reading the roadmap. So we'll read it cover to cover. The Star Citizen and Squadron 42 public roadmap is designed to give you an unprecedented look into the game development process by following every feature being worked on by our 50-plus development teams from their initial implementation to their release. Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are massive projects with lots to track, and this companion guide will help you read and navigate the roadmap for both projects, as well as provide additional insight into the processes behind it. All right. Progress Tracker. The cornerstone of the roadmap is the Progress Tracker view, which is the default view when you visit the roadmap. The Progress Tracker pulls back the curtains for all teams, showing you what each team is working on this quarter and what their priorities are after completing the deliverable at hand. This view presents a comprehensive look at features, art, and technology scheduled for production within the next 4 quarters. Keep in mind that this isn't necessarily when these items will be completed, simply when work on them is scheduled to finish out by that team specifically. Below is a breakdown of information displayed on the progress tracker and how to navigate it. Now, before I go any further, what this means is twofold. Number one, if it is an end date at the progress tracker, does not mean when that item is going to release. It also doesn't mean that it can't release earlier than that. CIG has released items that were on the progress tracker before their sprint ended. There's a lot of other variables that go on to that. Another thing that I've been hearing floating around, and I've seen a couple people mention, is that they're under the impression that CIG said that everything that's on the progress tracker and the roadmap is a direct pull from their Jira. I talked to Jake about this, who's the one who does a lot of this stuff, Jake Bradley, who works for CIG community. And he said specifically, and let me pull up my Discord here so I can show it to you. Excuse all of the weird stuff that my chat looks to. Join us on Discord, by the way. This should be in the description below. Go up. Jokes about copium. Where are you? I should have clipped this earlier. Probably cut this part out. Okay. So here is Discord. Meet. Okay. So. Find it here. Here we go. This is Jake right here. He says, we haven't done direct Jira to roadmap exports like that since I started on this thing in 2020. I said I'll screenshot this and put it up. But all my data does come from Jira. I just clean it up. So it's not just, it's from Jira, not just a data dump on Jira. Thanks. So there's a lot of jargon and other things that are cleaned up. That's effectively what this is. This is not necessarily a direct dump from Jira, but it is a cleaned up information from their Jira. Hopefully that gives you a little bit more context there. Now, with that all being said, noting that the other thing to note is that teams deliver at different points. I think they talk about upstream and downstream teams down here. They do. So we'll get to that point here in a moment. All right. All right. What is a deliverable? A deliverable on the progress tracker view is a one-to-one representation of a group tasks scheduled for work in a particular time period. This can be just about anything, a ship or a location, an AI behavior, or even a piece of core technology. Shown to the right is the list of deliverables for the actor feature team. This is the actor feature team. You can see all the deliverables will come over there here in a moment. So this is kind of what it looks like when you look at the progress tracker. A deliverable will house all work scheduled to be worked on for that specific deliverable, including varied disciplines. For example, if you clicked on the Drake Vulture, it would display work being done on numerous teams, such as concept art, audio, etc. You can sort between two major views when browsing the progress tracker. First, you can sort by teams, which allows you to browse any work being completed by a specific development team. Alternatively, you can sort by deliverable, which will allow you to browse any and all teams working on specific deliverable. This multi-path approach is meant to give you the tools you need to follow along with development in great detail. Expanding a deliverable as shown in the image to the left gives you further insight into what teams are working on a feature and how long and for how long. Here you can see if the deliverable is being worked on simultaneously with another or the same team, signified by the striped progress bar. Finally, you can click on the team's abbreviation to navigate the above. So right here, for instance, this is Drake Vulture. We have the audio team, the US vehicle team, the vehicle experience team, and the vehicle effects team. Right? You can see all of what's being worked on, updated, and this is an old picture, but yeah, you can get the idea. This is from 3.16.1. Additional navigation. The progress tracker reveals 500 plus deliverables across 50 teams. It's no secret that such a large dataset can be overwhelming, which is why it was a priority for us to provide you with tools to easily navigate the presented information. Most importantly, while in the deliverables view, the search bar can help you find a specific deliverable based on a keyword or two. Both the deliverable names and the descriptions are indexed, so you're able to search for something even if you don't know what exactly it's called. Additionally, the filters on the right of the roadmap allow you to sort deliverables by projects, Star Citizen, Squad 42, or both, as well as their release view categories. So there's a bunch of different filters you can apply as well. So if you're interested in anything, if you're intrigued by anything, going to the progress tracker and going to deliverables and just typing in something, typing in like quantum economy or the RSI links, they'll pull up. If they are working on it, they'll have a link to that and they'll tell you which teams are working on it, how long they've been working on it for the sprint, and so on. And you can even filter out, if you don't want Squadron 42 spoilers, you can remove Squadron 42 entirely. So. All right. Upstream and downstream. So the difference between teams. Throughout our development communications, you will likely see us reference a team as designed upstream or downstream, which carries an important meaning. Upstream teams begin to work on any given feature at the beginning of its process. They typically handle things like art, vehicles, locations, and gameplay features. These teams set the major tentpole deliverables for the rest of Squadron and Star Citizen Squad 42, and as such, they're able to plan up to 4 quarters in advance, which is displayed in the progress tracker. Downstream teams are reactive and support the upstream teams, so they depend on upstream teams' scheduling and progress to determine their own work and priorities. Because of this, they're only available to plan for the upcoming quarter, rather than a full year. Example, vehicle teams. Upstream team began working on a new concept ship, the Aurora. The vehicle concept teams then schedule out the production of the Aurora from a design, art, and animation standpoint. Once the studio has nearly built the design and is close to final, the downstream teams jump on and begin adding details like VFX, audio, UI, and UI. The important takeaway is that downstream team relies on the information from the upstream team in order to produce the schedule and plan. So, the upstream teams are the teams that make the initial tool sets and the sketches and kind of build everything out. And the downstream teams take all that content and make it into the game. So you need the upstream teams to work on it first, and then downstream teams to work on it second. Another example of this would be the life support systems. Life support system is an upstream content. Once it actually gets into the game, applying those life support systems to every individual ship is a downstream thing. They actually build out the systems in the ship, but building the actual feature is an upstream content. So with that all being said, and they have the list of the upstream teams here, so you can actually see all of this link for an upstream and downstream team, so you know what's being worked on. You also find additional teams displayed on the progress tracker with scheduling data ending in the past completely. These are depreciated teams that have either been renamed, restructured, or combined with other teams. So there you go. Now, with that all said, the context of this update is that it's an upstream update. So everything we're seeing is the upstream teams giving us content. I think there may be a few downstream teams, but it's mostly an upstream update. It's also important to remember that not everything is on the roadmap, not the tracker. And a lot of the trackers aren't updated. They update every 2 weeks, but not every team is updated every 2 weeks. Teams have staggered development, so they will update depending on when they're done with certain items. So we may not see a team update until months after we last got an update for it. All right. So let's look at the roadmap roundup for the current day. So hopefully everyone's kind of on board with what we've been doing so far. Happy Wednesday. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you an insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help to make Star Citizen Squadron 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup, CIG Community Team. Notable changes for February 22nd, 2023. Release View. The following card has been added to the Alpha 318 column on Release View. The RSI Scorpius Antares. Building, implementing, and balancing the RSI's EMP and Quantum Jammer equipped fighter, the Scorpius Antares, as a game-ready vehicle. That's it. So that's all we're getting for the release view. That may mean that there are more stuff coming because, again, not all the teams have been updated yet. So we may see more content being updated in 2 weeks from this Wednesday. So in like the second week of March, we'll know more about stuff that may or may not be added to the 319. But release view is the stuff that's going directly to the game. It's the thing that they're willing to commit to. Now, progress tracker. With this publish, we're adding the Q1 2023 and Q3 2023 schedules for the downstream and upstream streams, respectively, with more teams to be added and secretly published. So I was wrong. It's the downstream and upstream teams. The following deliverables have been added to this progress tracker. New missions, salvage contracts. With more civilian access to salvage ships, contract brokers are offering salvage jobs for derelicts around the Lagrange points around Stanton. These brokers charge a fee for their services and will require some buy-in, but the contractors are free to keep any salvage material for resale. Duster faction outfits. Developing multiple outfit variations on the Stanton gang, the Dusters, which is something they've been talking about over the monthly reports quite frequently. Master modes. Implementing new modes to vehicles to manage their speed, components, and role-specific functions. This is the first mention of master modes, I believe, on the progress tracker, which is pretty big. Persistent HABs. Previously removed from the US Persistent Universe schedule, this deliverable returns to the progress tracker with this publish. So if you're just reading this, that's all you get. We just gotta get some updates, but this isn't all that's actually done. CIG also updates things that have happened already. The problem is that CIG doesn't tell you what they've updated. That's where we have the Shiny Tracker. So this is just shinytracker.app. You can look up Star Citizen Shiny Tracker, again, made by Shiny Hobo. And there are two ways you can do this. You can do this by Delta reports and deliverables reports. So the Delta reports tells you the changes, what has changed from one report to another. And the deliverable reports talk about the associated work with that item. How long is it going to take for that item to be released? While the second part is interesting, the first part, I think, the Progress Delta reports is what most people are looking for. So let's take a look at the Progress Tracker Delta reports. Again, this is a fan-made stuff, access to anybody. This is probably the best tool to use if you're looking for immediate, up-to-date changes to Star Citizen's progress. So there are 485 deliverables listed. There were 72 modifications, 1 removal, 4 additions to this update. Because not all these removals are intentional. There's currently a bug with how time is entered in the progress tracker that can cause deliverables to disappear. Deliverables removed, unannounced. Last scheduled from 2022 07/11. So the date is not specific. It's general, but it's about the same thing. So it's from middle of. It started in middle of July, and then it was supposed to go till the end of November. This was a unannounced vehicle team that has 2 VFX teams that had ace tasks and 1 IT team that had ace tasks. So that was removed from there. It could have been the Antares that they just swapped over from now that's unannounced and something else. We don't know. 4 deliverables added. So added as of January 1st, 2023. Which is scheduled to go until March 23rd, Duster faction outfits. Developing multi-outfit variants for Stanton Gang, the Dusters. They have 4 art devs working with 10 tasks, and began work in the beginning of this year. Then Master Modes started on the 18th to the middle of January, and it's supposed to go until September 28th, so the end of September, early October. That may mean that Master Modes is not coming in until the end of this year, like 4.0, which is kind of corresponds with everything we know about Master Mode so far. For those of you who don't know what Master Modes are, this is the system that's designed to be able to let you quantum jump with kind of find a place and just hit quantum jump and go for a certain amount of distance. This is the controversial one where as you spool up your quantum, as you go faster, you spool up your quantum, and as you're spooling up your quantum, your shields go down, so it can be more vulnerable if you want to go faster. So this is the modes that they've been developed for Squadron 42. They're going to be coming into Star Citizen. This may indicate, and probably does indicate, that we're probably not going to see it anytime soon. However, that's not when it's going to release. It's not releasing on September 28th, 2022. It's just that's when this sprint ends. That also doesn't mean it can't release earlier. It really depends a lot on what CIG needs to release it, not just the sprint. The sprint just needs to complete that sprint. Well, I can't tell you that's just the new Scorpion variant. Is that... So there's Shinies in chat was talking about this. So that's why I was reading the chat real quickly about that. So, because I saw the name in there. Can't tell that's the new Scorpion variant. So there's no way to know if that is what it is. All it is just the unannounced ship. New missions, salvage contracts from 2023 329 to 2023 920. So this was added to start work on the end of March and is going to end around the end of September. With more civilian access to salvage ships, we've kind of gone over that already. Mission feature team will begin work on 329, one mission in dev with 12 tasks. We know that this mission contract is already been worked on by CIG. They've talked about it, and they know that it's planned for release in 319. It's already been put up on the release view. So this is an example of, though it's set to end on September 20th, that just means that they could be continuing to work on it well after 319. That doesn't mean that, it could also mean there's a bug, could be an issue on that. It's not that clear. But again, it's not the first time CIG would have scheduled a sprint to end after it's already been released into the game. So keep that in mind. RSI Scorpius Antares. This is interesting because CIG says they've been working on it since May of last year. And it's ended, it was ended on the end of November of last year. This has been completed for a very long time. Implementing, building, and balancing RSI's EMP and Quantum Jammer equipped fighter, the Scorpius Antares is a vehicle-ready team. Now, we know that there was one audio dev, one art director, and 2 devs for VFX team. So 1 vehicle content team, 1 audio, and 2 VFX teams. Someone had asked before, well, maybe the Antares was just a 1-person training thing. It could still be a training thing, but in this case, we have at least 3 developers or 4 developers who were working on it, 4 devs who were working on this. And again, while Shiny Tracker does help you with this can all be cross-referenced here in the progress tracker. So let's go with RSI Scorpius. Scorpius Antares, right? So we have 3 teams. Vehicle content, audio, and VFX. And we can see the vehicle content. So let's go with the VFX. I said there was 2 working on that. RSI Scorpius Antares. You see right here, it says 2 individuals working on that. So again, if you're like, hey, I don't know if Shiny Tracker got this right, you can always cross-reference it back to the progress tracker. It's a tool to help you track these things. So. All right. So yeah, that unannounced was definitely the Antares, is what Shiny Chobo is saying. All right. So with that being said, those are what's added. There were 72 deliverables updated. So this is a lot of stuff. I'm not going to go through in detail everything. I'm just going to read through to let you know what these changes are. Now that we kind of have the idea of how this works. Achievement service. This is started on the 21st or in August of 2021 and was scheduled to end in middle of February. So this is extended a little bit to that. Which it's not impossible to tell, because just because the sprint ends doesn't mean it's done yet. So the achievement service had extended and finished up its sprint around that time, or at least for the devs for the UI feature team that were working on it. AR and maps marker system rework. This is Squad 42 and Star Citizen. It was extended out to the middle of March with 2 devs for UI feature team and 2 devs from. Or three devs, 3 devs from the UI tech team. Artificial gravity. So this one is a big kick in the pants, because artificial gravity, as far as I understand, is also linked to the resource system, the similar thing. I could be wrong with that one, but I thought it was the same team. Could be wrong. Artificial gravity was extended to the end of September with 1 engineering dev and 1 design dev. Both from the EUPU gameplay feature team. ATC service. Now, this is the service that lets you contact ATC, land, all that kind of stuff. They extended the work from to August of 2023. So a little bit later than that. 2 engineering devs. Bombs. We have an extended to the beginning of February. Weapon content team added 27 days from work. Bounty Hunter V2. This was extended to May. I think that's right. Yeah, May. It's in my brain. With more work to be done. So Bounty Hunter V2 is actively being worked on. The fact that it's in May could mean that we see bounty hunting in 3.19. It could not. Again, this does not necessarily mean that, but it is a good sign that if this sprint is happening to there, and this is the systematic services and tools team, this is something that's I believe the upstream team for this sort of thing. So, and then they have an entire team for tech debt, which extended to the end of September. We have editor team has 5 engineers, engine team has 5 engineers, graphics team has 10 times 3, 13 engineers, and then 3 tech content, 2 times 3. 5 engineering devs from the live tools team, 4 engineering devs, physics team, systematic. So this is one of those things where they're constantly working on tech debt, going back and trying to fix issues from the past. So this is not an insignificant amount of the team who's just working on tech debt. This was extended from June to September. It'll probably get extended again. All right. This was chapter 1 has been extended to to April. We have several new devs being in here for chapter 1. We have all these Squadron 42 updates extended to March, February, March, February, April, March. That's the character creators a little back there. So, a lot of stuff from Squad 42 is reaching its sprint end in March, April, and February. I've already ended in February. And if you can go through this, you can see what they're working on. So, for instance, Chapter 1, the AI content team was working on it. The audio team was working on it. The character tech art team was. And Squad 42 UI feature team was also working on it. Chapter 1. Chapter 2, they just had the character art team is working on it. Chapter 3 has character art. Chapter 4 has content team and character art. 5, AI content team, character tech art, Squadron 42 character art. Squadron 42 UI feature teams, Chapter 6. Squadron 42 character art team. Chapter 9, art team. 11, art team. Chapter 12, AI content team, audio team, character tech, and Squadron 42 character art. Chapter 14, audio and Squadron 42 character art. 17, Squadron 42 character art. 18, Squadron 42 UI feature team. 19, Squadron 42 character art. 21, AI content team. Chapter 22, AI content team, character tech art, Squadron 42 tech character art. And 26, Squadron 42 character art. So you see a lot of character artwork. This is likely going to be extended out because this is probably a lot of upstream stuff. So we'll probably see some more stuff go forward. This doesn't mean that Squadron 42 is done in April. Do not take that as what this means. It just means that they're kind of currently working on a lot of character art, AI, and UI stuff, which is, if you read the monthly reports, tracks with that. Then character creator. They extended this to March. This is for Squadron 42, not necessarily Star Citizen. Graphics team was added to it, and the UI feature team was added to it, which is, again, matches up with what we've seen in the monthly reports. Dynamic events. This was extended to end of March, early April, and it's the mission team freed up 93 days of work with 9 design devs and 4 engineering devs. So they actually reduced the load on some of them, I believe. Entity Properties plugin. This is for both. Editor team. FPS devices, T1. End date has been extended to March. We've got 1 animation dev, 3 art devs. So FPS devices, this is something they've talked about in the past. That they're working on it, and that's why we have the weapon content team. They've really been doing a lot of research, been trying to focus on it. This is things like deployable shields, robots or drones, other little bonus kind of things to throw down that you can have like little gadgets for. You can think of this as the FPS gadgets team. Freight elevators. This is one of the big ones they've been talking about in the past. This was extended, or not extended, this was revealing 7 days of work, so it's ending in early March with 1 engineering dev with 1 task, so it's pretty heavy. Frontier clothing was extended to end of March. This was character tech art team and Star Citizen character art with several devs with working on this sort of thing. So they're really pushing hard on Frontier clothing, which makes sense, it's part of Pyro. Gen 12 renderer T1. This has been extended to the beginning of March with 4 engineering teams and from the engine team, and then the graphics team has several engineering devs, 9 engineering devs. Greycat Industrial Salvage Tool. This was extended to the end of January. This included a weapon content team, which is just, we've seen this before. This is the, I believe this is the, let me look it up real quickly because this is the one that trips me up. Designing and creating a standalone salvage tool includes asset creation, animation, and balancing. So this is the one that is the dedicated salvage tool. Not your hand salvage tool, it's part of the multi-tool. This is a dedicated salvage tool. So that's been worked on. The last time was updated sprint was the end of January. Hacking Tier 0. This was extended to March with the UI design, UI feature team with 1 design dev and 1 art dev working on it. This is for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. Hex. Now the Hex is an editor tool. That was extended to the end of March, and there's 5 engineering devs working on it. Jump Points, which we now see is finishing up this sprint around June. But they added 1 engineering dev with 10 tasks. Life Support T0. This is the other one. Life Support is connected, I know, to the resource system. And it looks like they extended the date from June to September. So this is a big one. Almost certainly will not see life support or the resource system, the resource management system in 3.19. I could be wrong. Could be reading this wrong. Again, CIG doesn't necessarily always, the end of the sprint doesn't mean that's when it's done, nor does it mean that it has to get there before it can be released at all. They have released before when it's ready. But part of the full context of everything, it seems like Life Support Tier 0 is still a ways away. So maybe the end of this year sort of release rather than this summer. It's a little bummer, but it's what it is. Lockable containers. This is extended to the end of September. This includes 2 EUP game play feature team, 2 design devs, and an engineering dev. Lorville Cityscapes. This was added to the 319 release window. This was releasing at the end of, or ending at the end of March. Map and radar system rework. This was something they really touched on in the last Squadron 42 monthly report and on the Star Citizen monthly report. This was extended to the end of March. It has a graphics team with 1 engineer, 3 engineering teams from the Squadron 42 UI feature team, 2 art devs from there, 1 design dev, and 2 engineers from the UI tech teams. This is a big project they've been working on. This is the other thing they've talked about a lot, the MFD rework. This is scheduled to end sometime in June, but it has Squadron 42 UI feature team that has 1 design and 1 art dev. They added 13 days of additional work. MISC Whole C, which is in Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. This was extended to the beginning of March, and they added 2 audio devs with 9 tasks. Now, this is all miscellaneous support. If you look up the, I think the progress tracker, if we go, it's right here. Includes 40 teams. See all the whole thing. This is just other stuff that maybe didn't deserve in its full attention. This is extended to beginning of September. We have AI content team, editor team, graphics team, systematic services and tools team, UI tech team, and USPU team, feature team. The Mobile Glass rework was extended to from 11/17 to 1/29. So this sprint ended at the end of January, which included 1 tech team, a UI tech team, and with 1 engineering dev. The new player experience. This was added to the release window with the release at the beginning of March. Again, not a release, I should say, a completion of the sprint. NPC schedule services. This is how NPCs will be able to do various tasks and what they do and how they function. This is in the game already. It's just very basic compared to what they want to do in the future. This was extended to this current August, from what was originally from the end of August. This is the systematics tools and team added 54 days of work with 3 engineering devs. Ocean shader improvements. This was extended again to the beginning of March with 2 engineering devs. The Origin X1. This was, we have 1 design dev with 4 tasks and 3 art devs still scheduled to finish the sprint at the end of June. So we're not going to see this in Invictus. It'll probably be released sometime after that. Maybe IAE. We'll see. Persistent Habs, the one we talked about already. This was extended to the end of August. So again, probably not something we're going to see until after 4.0. Who's hard to say. The USPU gameplay feature team added 1 design dev with 2 tasks and 3 engineering devs with 13 tasks. Persistent streaming and server meshing. This is one that constantly goes out. This was extended to 9/20. Does that mean that we're going to have server meshing done? No. Does that mean that PES isn't going to be done until 9/20? No. That means just that this is what we're going to see for persistent streaming and server meshing. It's just the work that they're working on. We have added 56 days of work for the engine team, the game services team added 55, mission feature team added 83, network team added 54, and persistent tech team added 54, with 4 engineers from persistent tech, 9 engineers from network, 3 engineers and 1 design dev for mission feature, 10 engineering devs for game services team, and 1 engineering dev from the engine team. This is 73 updates, so it's going to take me a bit. Physical damage and breakability. This was extended out to the beginning of March of this year. This included physics team with 3 engineering devs with 58 tasks. Oh, yeah. And As Shiny Hobo just pointed out to me, if you click on the title, it'll go directly to the progress tracker. So it's a pretty cool little tool. I'll have the link in the description below for y'all. Physics rope simulation. This is extended to the beginning of March. We have 1 engineering dev with 14 tasks. Player interaction experience, tier 0. This is the hints and interactions. This is a Squadron 42 and Star Citizen team, but the person that they added with this one is extended out to the end of March, but specifically with the UI feature team getting 26 days of work with 1 art dev and 1 design dev. So this seems to be more Squadron 42 facing than Star Citizen facing. Player interaction experience version 2, HUD and the visor HUD and element. This was still scheduled at the end of March, but they freed up 15 days of work with 1 design dev, 1 animation dev, and 2 engineering devs. They added 13 days of work for Squadron 42 for each one for the UI with engineering, art dev, and 2 design devs. And the UI tech team was assigned to revealing 9 days of work. So they got 9 days of work with engineering dev. Quantum simulation. This was extended from the end of June to the end of September, so closer around October. They added 82 days of work with 1 design dev with 2 tasks and 6 engineering devs from a systematic services with 191 tasks. So there's a lot of work being done. Now, again, this doesn't mean nothing's being done, but they've just added more work to do. Quantum travel experience. Extended to the end of March or the middle of March with the Squadron 42 UI team. So again, Squadron 42 focus, even though it's Star Citizen. Resource management. End date was extended to the end of September of this year. We have the EU gameplay feature team. They added a bunch of engineering devs and vehicle content team. Then we've got the RSI links. So the RSI links was extended from 3:30 to 4:05, so to the beginning of April, so not that much, with 1 audio dev being added. So we may see the links before Invictus, depending on what's going on. Generally speaking, the audio devs, I believe, are the downstream teams, so we're looking at something that's more of a downstream stuff. Then everyone's favorite, the RSI Polaris. This was extended from June to September. Now, this is where things get a little bit painful. It's the vehicle content team. They added a bunch of stuff, and that's great, but it's 7 art devs. So we're still looking at an upstream for the RSI Polaris. We've kind of already knew that based off of what we've seen for updates, but it gives us some more context that it's still quite a ways away from release. That doesn't mean it won't be released this year. It still could, but it's hard to tell with this early on what they're doing on. We'll know more as we go through these progress reports throughout the year. Salvage vehicle munching. This was corrected from 10/12 to 23/01. So this was started at the beginning of this year, not from October. And it was moved closer from 6/19 to 3/28. So this may just be a small adjustment, could be a changeover, but we know that they added an engineering dev. So we could see vehicle munching in 3/19. I don't think so, but we could. Salvage Tier 0. This was extended from the 24th to the 17th. This is Tier 0 salvage, which we have in 3/18. They added an engineering dev with 15 tasks. Security Network version 1. This was extended from the end of June to the end of September, with the mission feature team adding 3 engineers and 1 design dev to it. Squadron 42 vehicle support was extended to the end of September. Audio added 62 days of work. Vehicle at 5 devs. Vehicle content. EU added 74 days of work with 4 design devs and 5 art devs. And then the weapon content team added 62 days of work with 5 art devs and 57 tasks. So it's all for Squadron 42. Star Wars improvements. End date has been extended from the end of the year last year to the end of March of this year. Tools team added 55 days of work with 2 engineering devs. Right. This is the one I have to look up the details for it. I can remember the names of it. This is the quality of life and workflow improvements for Star Words, our text localization tool, which handles most text within Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Okay. Good now. Test runner improvements. This was extended out from September of 2021. Okay. To the end of March, with 3 engineers being added from the tools and tips. This is another interesting one. Provides a standard setup for configuration files to build, folder, and data collection. These tasks will be improved reporting, allow easier analysis and results, along with continuing work with future testing support. This may have to do with the pack files we've been seeing updates for the monthly reports, but I could be wrong. Because the P4K files are been updated recently. Now we get into the unannounced team. So the unannounced vehicle was extended to the end of June. This was the vehicle content. US was added art devs, design devs, and tech content. Then there's another one that was unannounced that was extended to the end of March. This was 2 vehicle content tech with 2 tech content devs. Then we have the unannounced vehicle, which was extended to the beginning of September, with 2 design devs from the EU and 5 art devs from the EU. The vehicle content team. They have an unannounced vehicle, which was 2 audio devs, which is ending in the end of April. We have vehicle tractor beams, which was extended out to the end of June, with the EU gameplay feature adding 15 devs with 2 engineering devs and 1 design devs. So that means the vehicle tractor beams probably means we won't see it in 3.19. Again, it is not necessarily the case. And they have been talking about it in the monthly report, so this is one of the ones we're going to have to kind of follow closely. But especially with the SRV being pretty close. But that's what we know about the vehicle tractor beams, which is a nice update to adding more devs to it. The same release, though. The virtual AI service was extended out to the end of August, with systematic services and tools team adding 81 days of work and 2 engineers devs. The Volt Fresnel, this is the new weapon, which is for Star Citizen Squad 42. Weapon content team added 26 days, 2 art devs for it, and it was extended out to the end of February. Then we have the last one, which was Weapon Misfire and Wear, which still releasing at the end of June, or at least finishing up their sprint at the end of June. This weapon content team added 13 days of work, 1 animation dev, and 2 art devs with 11 tasks. So, what does this mean? Well, in summary, we have the addition of the Scorpius to the release view. We have Salvage, Duster, Master Modes, and Persistent Habs have all been added to the progress tracker. With the Delta progress tracker, we see a lot of changes over, a lot of upstream teams working on stuff for Squadron. We also see a lot of other things being updated, like virtual AI services, the Volt weapons, weapon misfire, a lot of teams being added to it, and some changes. Most of the changes are just to keep up to date with some of the stuff that's being important for release in 3.19 or beyond, stuff that's being focused on this year. Things like the security network, version 1, the salvage vehicle munching, weapon vehicle tractors, the RSI links, the Polaris, the resource management. As you saw, that was extended out to 9.25. I think I may have actually skipped over that, but that was a big one. Resource management's probably not coming in 3.19. Then we've got the quantum travel simulation, the quantum simulation, quantum travel experience, quantum boosting. All of that is, some of that's coming in, like the simulations in September, quantum travel experiences in March. And I think the same thing with quantum boost for some of those things. The Origin X1, persistent Habs coming at the end of August. Server meshing stuff being updated for later. It's an overall mixed bag. A lot of stuff which seems to be pointing towards the prioritization of stuff we already know, and other stuff being updated for later down the road, which is stuff we know they've been working on. Tools, and of course, content to support salvage, bounty hunting, trading, Gen 12 stuff, new factions, new missions, dynamic events, and Squadron 42 stuff. So, this is the first time I've done one of these things, so I hope it wasn't as rough as I thought it was. If you enjoyed this, if you like me going through this content and talking about it and kind of pulling it out based off of my own experience, feel free to let me know in the comments down below. I'd love to know that, because this is stuff I decided to do based off of kind of actually digging into the shiny tracker. If you're really interested in a more deep dive on any one of these specific items, I would highly suggest Tree 0311 and Nazareth's podcast, the Pathfinders podcast. They go through the shiny tracker and the progress report, and they devour it. They spend 4 hours on these updates to kind of really key in on everything that's changed and things that they've been working on. So I would highly suggest, I'll put their link up there for those of you to go subscribe to that to Tree's channel, to go check out the Pathfinders podcast. Please do. And like I say every time, of course, join us live on Thursdays if you want to see more stuff like this. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I hate you, Shiny. Thank you for some of those context there, Shiny. So for context, I haven't done the progress reports in the past. The reason why I don't do the progress reports is not necessarily because I don't think they're bad, but because it's harder to really pull any context out of them. Because again, a lot of the progress reports are just when they're ending their sprints. It doesn't tell us when something's releasing or anything else like that. But with this latest release and a lot of I don't know what the right word is, trepidation about these updates, especially the first updates of the year, I decided to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and try to help people understand how to read the progress tracker. Wasn't there an MFD change 1 or 2 years ago? Yes. There is changes that happens all the time, but the new MFD change is specifically for moving things onto building blocks and making it more flexible. Effectively, the word of the day is scalable. The word of CIG for 2022 to 2023 is scalable. So they scale everything they do from small to big. So everything that they do, it needs to be able to work at all different scales and for different purposes and be as flexible as possible. That's pretty much everything the monthly reports have been saying and what a lot of this stuff is saying. So you see MFDs being reworked. HUD is entirely scrapped and being reworked again. And both of those are because they want to try to kind of get this up there. So no more immersion, only scaling now. If you're looking at what CIG is talking about, it's scaling. Immersion is the buzzword, but scaling is the technical word. MFDs won't keep your settings until after they get the PES in. It can mean different sizes, but it also means in terms of scope. So for instance, with an example would be for building blocks, building new UI stuff for your Mobiglass, but also building new UI that can work on massive advertisement billboards on the sides of ships or on the sides of stations or in landing zones. So it needs to look good on those scales, but also be able to develop for both those scales. You need to be able to, one person who has basic knowledge of building blocks can build something for a basic building block UI for Mobiglass and turn around and do the exact same thing on a giant screen. Or for mission updates or something like that. So the idea being that they're flexible. These are tools that can be used not just in Squadron 42, not just in Star Citizen. They can cross over, not just for one thing. They're not building a tool just for flight. They're going to build it for flight, for your visor UI, for everything. They want to try to make it as robust as possible, so they're only building one tool that can do multiple things than building a specific tool for a specific job. More scalable than bespoke. Scope creep. I fundamentally disagree with the concept that Star Citizen is experiencing scope creep or even scale creep. Because, so scale creep to a little bit. The issue is more, this is a Chris Roberts game. Most of the stuff that's in here was promised at the very beginning of the progress. There's only a couple of exceptions, and one of those major exceptions was landing on planets. They wanted to do landing on planets on a post-release patch or post-release update, and they did it before that, which is what's caused everything to kind of scale back. But all of this stuff was in the scale at the very beginning of the project. Things like FPS combat, all of this stuff. It's just more of a, instead of a pie in the sky idea, they gotta like narrow in on what the idea is. Like, how is it gonna actually work in the game, and break that up into pieces. UI is hard to develop for things that are not yet implemented. That's true. But if you develop the tools for the UI for things that are not yet implemented, then when you're implementing those things, you can use those tools you already have in place, rather than having to build a bespoke tool that exists. We should do a review of the videos from the first couple of years. Yeah. I can tell you the basic concept of why it's taking so long for Star Citizen to be developed. And it's because of the Frankfurt office. Because the Frankfurt office figured out how to do landing on planets procedurally. And that completely fucked everything in terms of their scale. In terms of, like, not just, like, actual scale, but in terms of time frames. Because now they had to build a reason to land on planets. They had this cool tech. Now they had to build things like vehicles and outposts and things to do on those planets rather than just having those planets. That included Squadron 42 as well. So it completely changed the scope of the game, the reach of the game. That's real where you see the scope creep rather than feature creep, because that was one of the things they were not anticipating, and it just hit them. They said, fuck it, let's go for it. Because it made the game a lot more unique and interesting and different from other things. But this is one of those things where CIG will never fucking say it, because if CIG admits they fucked up or that they changed something entirely in those words, people would scream and shout. Sandworm when? Every time you ask for the Sandworm, it gets delayed another year. So, thank you, Kazuka. It's coming out in 2075 now. I have a problem with the star map. I aim at a location and it works. I just you got to aim at the planet and the moon when the location seems logical and none in AI lore and non-AI lore. Yeah. Did you run the new star map like right now? I know it's been a while off, but man, does it suck so bad? It makes me dread using it each time. Not like this sucks kind of way, but this thing might rob me in a kind of way. Yeah. But the Sandworm is actually a great example of this. The Sandworm and Lear 3 was built as a tool to show off, hey, this is the kind of cool things we can do with this new tech. And I think by now, CIG has obviously scaled back on that because they realize it set expectations way too high. Because Chris Roberts, as always, enjoys being a showman and didn't really think about the repercussions of showing off a Sandworm in 2016 that he wasn't going to get into the game for several years. Next Wednesday? No, I think it's going to come out at the end of next week. So like next Friday at the earliest. Though I'm pretty sure CIG is going to release 318 before, like, no matter what, come hell or high water, the week of the 17th, because 17th is Cell Fortuna, unless there is something massive, like a huge fuck up. CIG is going to push it out the door because they're done with it. They're tired of it. Also, CIG finishes dynamic events 117 weeks by the end of March. That doesn't mean that we're getting all dynamic events. It just means that there's probably a new dynamic event that's being worked on, and we're probably going to see another sprint after that. Same one. This is 2080 now. They're at 2080 now. Someone make a GPU joke. No, now it's 2085. No studio would be insane. To do what CIG is doing. I personally, and I do say this with all honesty, no company is going to beat CIG because no one is stupid enough to develop a game like Star Citizen. Star Citizen is not a profitable game for investors, so it'll never be copied in that way. Building the plane while you're flying in this open environment is stressful as shit for everyone. So that's hell's not going to happen. A game at this scale with the amount of support that's needed and the amount of R&D that's putting into it, that's fucking expensive. There's no way you're going to get return on investment for it. Maybe you get technology out of it, but that's a giant fucking risk for very little reward. MMOs are not very popular. I know they were hugely popular and made a lot of money about WoW's day, but they're really not the big moneymaker these days. Moneymakers in mobile games and anything you can add as much in-app purchases as possible. So there's no way that Star Citizen is going to see any kind of competition at the scale, at the kind of multiplayer level that they're trying to do at all. You might see some small aspects of Star Citizen in some other games, but not the way the stupid level that CIG develops. What does the in-game clock list the date as 2968? That's a good question, because CIG accelerates time in the universe. So when you're traveling, you're actually traveling at accelerated time. Everything is sped up time, so that you can justify going at 0.2 the speed of light in a distance that you should be going that fast. So time is accelerated. But because time is accelerated in game, they're tracking time, so it's supposed to be 2968 when it's actually 2953 in the game. So in-app purchases, people spend 3 to 4 figures a year in Star Citizen. Peanuts. Fucking peanuts. Do you know how much money EA makes on FIFA alone? You know how much money fucking PUBG makes in a month? Star Citizen is fucking amateurs compared to that. Fucking absolute amateurs. Look it up. Look up how much money PUBG makes in a month. It's nuts. Yeah, COD Warzone just basically prints money. Yeah, I'll be going to CitizenCon. No, this is my point. Whenever I hear someone's like, well, Star Citizen makes a whole bunch of money, they make garbage money compared to people their size. Compared to other indie developers, yeah, but who's going to compare a 3-man indie development team to CIG? Like, no one's going to compare the Sons of the Forest or Kerbal Space Program 2 to the developers of Star Citizen. It's just different leagues, completely different ballpark in terms of like what they're trying to do, in terms of dev size, in terms of all sorts of things. Like, I think PUBG makes as much money that CIG makes in a month. That CIG makes in a year in a month. And that's what I mean. When I say Star Citizen is a stupid fucking game idea and CIG's funding model is dumb, I don't mean that in like, oh, but CIG makes people spend $10,000 on this game. Cool, people spend $10,000 on gacha games. Mobile apps. Free games. Like, that's nothing in comparison to what other games are developing in. That's why no one is going to do what Star Citizen does, because no one's stupid. Have a good night there, Moo. What are you talking about there, Kazuka? Example, STD, $60 game, sells 10 million copies, not even half the tech of Star Citizen. That's what I mean. Star Citizen is an ambitious project for many reasons. And the tech that they're willing to do, and the amount of stuff they're willing to throw the fuck away and restart from the beginning is insane. Nobody else would do this. And some people would argue that's a bad thing because time constraints breeds creativity. But other people say, hey, these time constraints and these demands for making money are actually hostile and bad for the artistic process to make a video game. Because a video game, at the end of the day, is art. It's collaborative art made by a bunch of talented artists and engineers working together to create a narrative or an experience for people to play. It's no different from a movie or a television show or any other kind of entertainment experience. And when you put it under that kind of constraint, it can cause things to be thrown away, things to be scrapped, ideas to be changed, the scope to be limited, all sorts of things like that, which is good for some games, but it's also can squeeze the life out of a game and kill a game that needed the, more time to develop its technology. No one's allowed to develop new R&D tools because it doesn't make any money. Should they change the funding model then? No, because CIG does fine with what it's got, but in comparison to other games, you're never going to see that. Like CIG they're not hurting for cash. They make $100 million a year. They're fine. Are they like rolling in money? No. Like I don't think I think they make a couple of $1 million a year in profits. It's like compared to profits from even the smallest AAA title is nothing. And when Squadron 42 eventually releases sometime before the heat death of the universe, the hope is that if Squadron 42 sells even modestly well, Squadron 42 will make more money for CIG in like a month than Star Citizen will have made in an entire year. Minimum. And if it does really well and gets audiences outside of the Star Citizen universe, which is what everyone's hoping, there's an exponential amount of money that they could make off of Squadron 42. Because once it's released, it's out in the wild. They don't have to put more dev hours into it. It's there, and they can sell it for $60. But that's the big key. It's $60. So that's and it's you're taking development time away from Star Citizen, which is why people are upset about it. That kind of stuff. There's a lot of people talking trash about the game that you say it's not worth it. I don't know. I know Kazuka's just talking shit. And I'm not getting riled up. It's more like, so for those who don't know, I come from a family of marketers and business folks. My dad had his own, but both my mom and dad had their own private businesses. Both of them went to business school. They've been doing business for a long time. They're retired now, but I did a lot of work in the family businesses. So business and marketing are kind of a hobby now. I like monkeying in there and looking through them. I'm the economics teacher. So these are sorts of things that I like to think about. And I'd like to bring some of that experience when talking about video games, because I think a lot of people from the perspective of an average gamer don't really know the models and how things work. They fall for the flashy titles of most expensive game you'll never play, and they'll be like lose their mind. When you actually look at the nuts and bolts of how games are made and how they're funded, you can start to see patterns emerge amongst how development works. And it sucks. It's terrible. Like, there's a reason why game dev is some of the lowest paying and worst experiences in tech, period. They don't pay these people enough money to do what they do. They exploit their passion, and they work them to death. Crunch is a common thing. Mental health, sleeping problems, health problems, out the wazoo for developers. Why? Because it's a stressful environment. They love doing it, like any kind of art, but it's a stressful environment with massive rewards if you manage to do it right, but also high risks if you fuck up. So it's a difficult job to do. At a certain point, the way that CIG is developing, they're doing it a little bit better. I wouldn't say they're the best company of all time. I don't think they pay enough for their employees, but they definitely do They definitely are below a lot, but they treat their employees a lot better than a lot of other companies do. And that has a lot to do with why development takes so long. From a financial point, it's stupid. However, this is Chris Roberts' dream to create a game like this. So for him, it's not really about the money. It's more going after the dream before he dies, so to speak. Exactly. Boy named Dog. That's exactly right. But the problem is that when you see those titles, people assume that Chris Roberts has taken the money and run. It's a scam. It's like, if this is a scam, he wouldn't be spending this much money. He wouldn't continue to be hiring people and building new offices. That's insane if you're trying to just, exploit people and take their money. You could argue that Chris Roberts is naive, ambitious and naive. Well, not deny the ambitious part. Naive is a little, maybe, presumptuous. I don't know if he's naive or not in this conversation. I don't know the man personally. But definitely ambitious. Oh, there are much easier, cheaper, more profitable ways to scam people. Yes. You say you can't wait to see celeb recordings from when they release from the vault. I've heard it all. I feel bad about that. No, I don't. I don't feel bad about it. I spoiled the shit out of myself for Squadron 42. So I've heard a bunch of the different named and unnamed secret actors who could not confirm their participation in Squadron 42 yet. So I won't say their names. So it was a mistake. I was looking for Tessa Bannister lines from an old build from a friend of mine who had access to all of the files. And CIG doesn't label files like Squadron 42, main character 1. They don't have those files. They're just number strings. So me and my friend had to go off of the length, the size of the files to try to find files that may fit in the right way. We didn't even have the dates for the files, really. So we went through, and as we were going through, we were listening to files from Squadron 42 with Chris Roberts' direction. Like pew, 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 this is going on, so you could hear it in the background. It's about their Pro. Thank you for hanging out. I don't know if CIG is considered the most open, transparent, large game dev company. I wouldn't say that they are the most, but I wouldn't say they're not an open game. They're pretty open. Pretty much everything that they know about, we know about. Very few things they keep back. I too want anime FPS weapon skins and anime S-ship skins. Well, not really, Sketch, because by the time we finished and actually found the line, which, by the way, feel free to pump up bacon, y'all. Hit the bacon. Hey, Galactic Elf.
2 words. Distress bacon.
That line. That's what I was looking for. We basically figured out the entire story of Squadron 42.
2 words. Distress. 2 words. Distress bacon.
It was from the
2 words. Distress bacon.
Victor, it was from the ISC. That's a good ISC.
Distress bacon.
Now, does that mean I know all of the minor plot points and changes? No. There's not. I don't know every detail. I know the twists, I know the turns, I know the characters involved, I know the actors who are doing it, and I can get some of the branching narrative based off of what we heard, but... Speaking of anime skins, how's the Ship Girls project going? Slowed down for now. I haven't really talked with my artist in a bit. That's not to do with my artist, it's just more to do with money situation right now. I'm trying to secure enough funds for both upgrading my PC's graphics card and... also, which is expensive, and also go to CitizenCon. So I'm trying to pull back on some of that stuff to get that stuff done, and then we'll go forward probably in May. Get some of that done. So did I hear this right? They're gonna let us reclaim our pledged items and kiosks in 319. I don't remember seeing that. Where did you see that, Peruna? I don't remember that. It was great fun. It was great fun. Especially hearing Chris Roberts' direction. It was funny. What are the headline features for 2023, if not 4.0? Vehicle hole munching for salvage, bounty hunting, more ships, tons of ships. The resource system and artificial gravity and the whole, like, that whole systems that in place, which doesn't need 4.0. That all may make it in before 4.0. It's hard to tell. Let's see. Freight elevators and the evolution of cargo. Hacking. Lorville. Radar and map work. MFD work. So, the Moby-Glass. So, a lot of that stuff. The Ship Girl project was inspired by John Crew. Must have felt like a little bit about game anthropology. I'm always fascinated by things. I would love to be a professional game historian. That'd be something I'd love to do. Be able to go through old files and work and piece together what things were happening and looking at old JIRAs and stuff like that and try to like old documentation and interviews and pulling all that together. That'd be great. There's no one's gonna pay me to do that though. So. Yeah, the ship resource system allows for multi-crew. It's engineering, allows for engineering for multi-crew. I do like the idea of custom apartments, which is something we also know is coming in, which is added to the progress tracker, so. Is that what you already do? For one game. I mean for like League of Legends, Titanfall, Call of Duty, Little Nightmares, Lost in the Woods, The Forest, Kerbal Space Program, DayZ. Just pulling out names out of the hat. Space Marine, Gears of War, Fallout, the Elder Scrolls series, Diablo. Like looking through all of those things to get that done. Oh, we'll definitely see game historian. But it's probably more going to be similar to an archivist than it is going to be a historian. There's tons of stuff to review for updates. Is there a yearly state of the game somewhere? Woo! No. So what I just finished recording was a deep dive into the progress tracker. Thanks to Shiny Hobo, who's in chat as well, who created a bot that scrapes the content of every progress tracker update, and then makes a delta tracker that kind of tells what has changed since the last time, changing dates, all those sorts of things, adding more people, less people, that sort of thing. Paul, have you ever flown a Retaliator? You mean the Redeemer they gave me? No, I haven't flown it. Have you had a chance to install your Toby yet? I know you're a gifted one, but have you used it? I have used it. I haven't used it recently because I changed my setup so I have a new screen and I have to install it. But it's good. It's great. It's fantastic. Once you get used to it, like sticks or any other kind of control scheme, it's hard to use anything else. It's just so immersive and so easy to use. Do you think we'll get player apartments before player outposts? Yes, 100% yes. Hands down, yes. Exclamation point, dot it, throw it up on, yes. Player outpost is far more complicated than a player apartment. Because we do have player apartments now. The difference is that those player apartments are not customizable, nor are they permanent. That's pretty simple for them to do. They can just take out all of the junk that's in those apartments and let players own them. The problem about that is they're going to have multiple apartments because there's no way people are going to have all of those. What do you think will happen first? The offline single player game or the Endeavor? Offline single player game, but that has less to do with CIG actually doing an offline single player game and fans hacking the shit out of Squadron. Because for those of you who don't know, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. I don't mean they're built in the same engine. I don't mean they share assets. I mean they're the same fucking game. They use everything that each other has. To the point where Squadron 42 has server meshing and persistent entity streaming. It's not an online game, but it has both. Both those technologies are core and integral to the game. Why? Because CIG wants to make it so that anything that's in Star Citizen can be ported to Squadron 42 and vice versa. Because when Squadron 42 comes out, there's going to be 2 other games in the Squadron 42 trilogy that needs to be released. So anything they develop for Star Citizen, they need to easily be able to port into Squadron's future updates to change things around, like graphics or anything like that. So when Squadron 42 comes out, whenever that is, players will effectively be able to reverse engineer Star Citizen using the framework of Squadron 42. We will get to a point where players will be able to import star systems from Star Citizen into Squadron 42. How I know this will probably happen is that it's very similar to how Red M and Red 5, I think, or 5M, I think is what it's called. Red M and 5M and Red M, which are 2 mods for the single player versions of GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2, where they take the single player version and they hacked it to make it a multiplayer. This is how most of the RP servers in those games work. So it's almost certainly going to be something similar to that, because that's how GTA and Red Dead Redemption were similarly built. Orson seems made for player departments, so many platforms and apartment buildings. The same with the new Lorville. Sierra Loves Trilogy. To be fair to Chris Roberts, he didn't plan on the Squadron 42 being a trilogy. He wanted to make it a giant fucking game. And Aaron Roberts came on and said, "You're fucking insane. No. We're breaking this up into 3 games. There's no way we can do this all in one game." Especially once they added landable planets. So while I think the Endeavor will probably come out before a officially licensed, sponsored CIG single-player experience, I do think that Star Citizens will have a single-player experience run by players. Do you think player apartments in 2 years? I think player apartments by the end of this year or early next year. They got to get Lorville done first, so it's probably not going to be this half of a year, but almost certainly before the end of this year, if not the early next year. Yeah, an early version of it. I'm going to stream snipe you once they figure out. People are going to stream once you find out the location of your personal build outpost, especially with streamers. Although planet is pretty damn big, could be hard to find. Yeah, you have to turn off your location markers or anything else like that. But stream sniping is going to be a thing. You'll have to learn how to deal with it. I don't plan on having personal outposts in places where I can get attacked. That's why when everyone's like, "Where are you going to build your bar?" I'm like, "I'm going to build it out of a ship and move it." Does the X1 fully enclose the player when you seat it? No, it's an open top seat racer. It just looks like it has an enclosure. It's like a bubble canopy, though. Chris was one giant game until his wife bonked and sensed into him. I mean, it was his brother, Aaron. His wife is Sandy, but... Yeah, I've also noticed that when they started selling land, a lot of people turned on CIG. And Chris Roberts has, like, they have not openly sold land since then. They have sold it, but they have not gone like, "Hey, we're selling digital land." Because a lot of people, rightfully, took them to town for that kind of idea. So not only are you selling digital spaceships, you're selling digital land that doesn't exist yet and won't exist for many years, and we have no idea how it's going to work. Fuck off. I've been missing all your streams and VODs. I didn't know they made a live tab. They do have a live tab now, yeah. Who cares? Apparently CIG did, because they stopped talking about it. Just like the X1. 73 fucking weeks. And I know, Tree will be on me saying, that's not how this works, Paul. It was probably depreciated or other things. I know. I get it. It wasn't a priority. But fuck you, it's not a priority after you release the 400i, which has a bespoke X1 bay. And on top of that, it's been like for sale for several years and still release the fucking hover quad before it. Fuck off with that shit. Especially since we now know in the progress tracker, it's going to take them less than a month to actually build the thing. At least they plan on less than a month for it. It's like, fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, she was in Doom Patrol, I believe. And she had her own movie she was a part of, I think. At least one of their kids was in Doom Patrol as well. Like, I will not stop taking CIG to task for that weird-ass fucking prioritization of, like, I get it. You're bored and you just don't want to do the old shit because it looks ugly and you're a hard time doing it. And it's prioritizing that when you could be doing something else more important. But, like, what? Fucking better. That thing better give me a steak and a hand job. That's the only way it's going to be worth the weight of like several years. I don't even like the thing, but it's like, it's one of those few excuses that I'm just not going to give CIG a pass on. Like, fuck you. You've had a small ship you know you could do a month, took you a month to make in the production pipeline for years. And then you have the balls to put it on your production list for 73 weeks. Is CIG just holding S1 for Pocket Ace to pull out when they don't have anything else, like the Ranger? Now, the Ranger at least has to make some sense, because they don't have motorcycles. They have to figure out how to do two-wheeled vehicles that don't fall over. It's not too difficult, but... Connie can dock an entire sub. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it's frustrating. That's all it is. Two-wheeled vehicles, does this mean that city navigation is going to be more important? It's really hard to tell. For me, it doesn't seem to be in the cards for CIG to be making city navigation. However, the presentation on interior, like building interiors, seems to indicate that they might be able to produce street level transport if they're going to make if they have the ability to make every large building in the game have an interior, which they seem to imply is possible. And the size and scope of Lorville, plus the mention of different neighborhoods inside of Lorville with the new Lorville, tells me that CIG may be planning some navigation. I don't know. They have not said anything explicit about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up there. Yeah, Chris produced Lord of War. He also produced Outlander, which is another kind of sneak hit. It's not a great movie, but it's not a bad movie. Outlander is it's Beowulf, but outer space. It's Beowulf in the sense that Grendel, the monster, is actually an outer space like fugitive, and Beowulf, or at least one of the major characters, is from space He's like a space cop who comes down to medieval Viking land, medieval Scandinavia, and enlists the help of the local Vikings to help track down Grendel. Is there lore in any other motorcycle brands? No, not really. CIG has been very careful with a lot of the lore and content they make for vehicles, because I think CIG wants to make more land vehicles and such, but they want to kind of pace it properly. Was Connery involved in it? I don't know if he was. Ah, yes, lucky number 11. He was also involved in the bad, I don't think it was the Thomas Jane version, maybe the Thomas Jane version of Punisher. Like Punisher Warzone is what he helped produce. Yeah, the mid budget movies are great. They do make small budget movies, but they're mostly indie films. They don't make like action films that are. They don't do Roger Corman shit anymore, which is sad because, you know, half of Hollywood's big directors who do action got their start from Roger Corman movies. Specifically, James Cameron got to start doing Roger Corman movies. As CIG, Chris Roberts talked about doing a Star Citizen movie at some point. They got Outland, 1981, not Outlander. Yeah, Outlander's a good movie, but it's still one of those mid-budget movies. Yeah, Jim Caviezel, Sophia Myers, John Hurt, Ron Perlman, Jack Hudson, who actually is also playing, I believe Jack Hudson, yeah. He's actually playing, what is he playing? He's playing Cal Mason in Squadron 42. God, John Hurt's in it. I forgot about that. Yeah, and it was definitely a Chris. The Punisher Warzone was definitely a Chris Roberts produced joint. So yeah, Chris Roberts made some decent movies. Lord of War is probably the highest of the productions he did, the produced movies he did. But a lot of the movies he did were giant stinkers. He plays the leader of Squadron 42. I can't remember the name of him. I'll look it up real quickly. Ryan Enright, Enright. Ryan Enright. He is in command of a squadron of Hornets, so he's the one who's like, Cal, take point in the trailer. Just funny because it's before he became big. Like, that's how long it's been that Henry Cavill volunteered to play in the series after he got cast as Superman the same year that Superman came out, I believe. And he got paid for it, but he wanted in on Squadron 42. And he has had an entire career with Superman and Geralt from the Witcher series, and is now producing the Warhammer 40k series that's coming out from Amazon. By the time that Warhammer 40k series gets a trailer, that's when Squadron 42's fucking may come out, and he'll be like, wait, I was in that. Yeah. Henry Cavill is in Squadron 42. No, Cal Mason is Jack Houston. Do we expect Pyro to have like 30-minute quantum jumps to get across Star System? Or are they going to cheese it and make quantum jumps like 5 minutes to appease the casuals? They're definitely going to make them longer jumps. But the hope is that CIG adds more content to planetary systems. Because if you're jumping across if you jump across the Stanton system now, it's like 10 minutes from one end to another at the slowest rate. So I'd expect something like 30 minutes from one end to another, but you're never going to be going from the ass end of one of the system to the absolute other end of the system. It's never going to happen. You're probably going to see more like 15 to 20-minute quantum jumps on average in Pyro. But you're also not going to leave your planetary systems unless you're doing like long-term trucking. Hey, Quincy, welcome. I'm actually about to end up here because I've been streaming for 4 hours. So he's a massive PC nerd, but yeah, he's a massive nerd. And as a fellow hobbyist, I also am a massive fucking nerd. Yeah, Cavill is one of the major characters in Squadron 42. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. And here's the secret. Pyro isn't the biggest system in the game. By a long shot. Pyro is actually in the lower end of the average length. You got into this just for Star Citizen? Eh, it's fine. You're officially hyped for Squadron 42 now? Did you not know that Squadron 42 also has Gillian Anderson, John Rhys Davies, Mark Strong, Mark Hamill, I know his first name is Liam, but I can't remember his last name. Rona Mitra. Like all of these major, well, I say major, they're good, solid actors. They're working actors. Like, I wouldn't say they're headlining. They'd headline a small movie, but you got a ton of those actors jammed into Squadron 42. Yes, Sir Jonah. He's Liam Cunningham. Is that his name? Andy Serkis is in it. Yes. He plays the leader of the Van Duel. Yes, so next Captain's Table. So let me do a kind of quick recap for what's going to happen. I'm not streaming tomorrow or Saturday. I may stream on Sunday. I may just take the rest of this week off. Next Captain's Table is not going to be until the first week of March. I still have to figure out who's going to be on that first week because I think I may have scheduled somebody, but I have to double check. And that is going to not be live the same way. It'll be live like we normally do, but it will not be archived the same way we used to. Instead of it being in its own separate video with the podcast and the question and answers, it will be in its own VOD section, a live section just like this, which will be available for you to watch after the fact. Just because it's currently hurting the channel, so I don't want to have it keep hurting the channel for that. Yeah, Gary Oldman's in there as well. He's not going to be in his captain stable, but, you know, Gary Oldman's in Squadron 42. I know a couple of the surprise guest stars, Quincy, but I'm not talking about who they are. Not Liam Neeson. Yeah, the Onion Knight. I will be releasing a new video for this Saturday, which is on quantum drives and jump drives, the lore behind quantum drives and jump drives. On Friday, I'll also be playing a little bit of KSP on my own, and I'm going to put together a video, kind of a review video of should you buy KSP or not, KSP2 or not. Kind of give the positives and the negatives, and trying to give a little quick review. It probably won't do very well, but I do want to kind of give a quick shout out for like people who like Star Citizen and sci-fi and space games. Should you be interested? What are the pros and cons? So then let's see what's after that. Oh yeah, the video that I just recorded will be going live on Wednesday. So not this week, but next week. And maybe going live on Monday, we'll see. Just because I can start doing that now. KSP Early Access, yes. KSP2 is Early Access on Friday. Yeah. All right, y'all. Still think you should have a booze booth at CitizenCon. It's up to CIG. I was KSP when I was younger, but I've never really played it. It's a good game. Even KSP2 is hefty on system requirements and bare bones to begin with, but still still excited to play it. I would say that it's not quite up to speed with KSP1, but its performance is rough, but its visuals are better, its onboarding is better, and it's a sandbox. So we're getting just the sandbox system. All the other stuff is going to be added after the fact, but it's hard to see. All right, y'all. Should we expect the Squad 42 system, Odin, whatever it was, to basically be ready system? Possibly. The problem is that Odin that we're going to see in Squad 42 is about almost 10 years ago in Star Citizen's lore. So it may change some. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out with us. Love your faces. Remember, if you enjoyed this, if you're watching this after the fact, you're on the YouTube, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content like this, and join us live on Thursdays at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Love to see you there. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.